The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magny.
Bullseye. He recovers, double 19.
Game shot in the
He
first
recovers
leg.
perfectly.
Lingreen.
Beautifully crafted.
Game
It's a
shot
brilliant
and the
win
match.
for Archie Self.
Tops for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the third leg,
Still
Gill.
does pin the 120.
Is his average as he looks around this game off of a second ton topper. Tops. First one's found perfect for a second. There was no way he was going to miss the second.
He has been magnificent in this game. And we now have our semi-final lineup, and that includes Lewis Gurnie.
We enter the second half of the week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group C is about to get underway this afternoon on the South Coast, and every dart is being broadcast live to you here on Pluto TV. Hello, very good afternoon. It's a Group C which very much has the feel of a Group A. We've got a former weekly winner in Scott Campbell. We've got a Challenge Tour winner this year by way of Tommy Lisman. It could well be an exciting group from top to tail. On the subject of tails, we've got Scotty Dog with us on this Thursday afternoon. Scott, great to see you once again. And this group could be anything. This is brutal.
Yeah, it does look really brutal. I think the top guys can beat the bottom guys, and the guys that have played already this week have a slight advantage, haven't been up there already. So I think it's going to be a really tasty group, this Group C.
Well, Group A was less a case of Paddy being the baddie, it was more Paddy being the laddie, because he picked up the honours, and we've seen what he's done at the World Masters, we've seen what he's done on the Dev Tour, and he's just taken it onto the big stage.
He has, and this is very much like a TV stage, so it bodes well for the future for him as well. But he was dominant in the first couple of days, really did the hard work then, just had to bring a couple of wins home in the last day, and he done that comfortably. So, yeah, he fairly, topped the table by right, really.
So this is how the table finished up. Patrick Williams with 22 points. Radek Zagansky and Steve Lennon are the two players that drop into Group B later on. Scott Campbell, Lars-Erik Lingreen and Archie Self will be watching this afternoon in Group C. This is how the tournament bracket looks as we head into the second half of the week's action tonight. Well, Group B could be anything. Paul Hogan, Carl Wilson and Johnny Haynes entering the mix. And this afternoon, you've got a Challenge Tour winner this year in Tommy Lisman. Aaron Gill's back for a second appearance. And Lewis Gurnie, interesting to see him. He's local to here from Sussex, so if he does get through to Saturday, he will bring a few down. But is it also fair to say, when you look at his form over the last year or so, he's played for England, he's had some highs, but also at the beginning of this year, Q-School didn't quite go to plan, so maybe just searching for something perhaps?
Possibly, but I know him quite well now. I've got to know him in the last 6 months. He's quite a determined character, and I think this could be a stepping stone for him, without doubt. If he gets this right, then the rest of 2026 could go well for him. As
we mentioned, Tommy Lisman is a player who's won a Challenge Tour this year. Is he the best player in this group?
I think the bookies are going to see it that way. On current form, you have to say yes. Challenge Tours are not easy to win. And so, well, there we go. Straight on cue. There he is, top of the tree for the bookies.
Any value there?
I think Lewis Gurnie 11-4 could be value, because if he starts doing his top numbers, he can compete with any of those in that group.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's hear from him. It's 18plus gambleaware.org. He's in action in our opening match. He takes on Archie Self, and I spoke to him a few moments ago. Lewis, great to see you again. Looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. Glad to be back.
Where's the darts at? Where's the form of this Puerto Bowen in time?
It's up and down like it usually is, but feeling good, so just see what today and tomorrow brings.
Because last year was kind of a bit of a mixture of everything, wasn't it? Obviously, you played for England, you had a decent enough year on the Dev Tour, and then this year Q School didn't quite go to plan. So is it when it's there, it's there? It's just maybe finding it a little bit more consistently.
Yeah, that's it. Consistency's key. Just got to keep plodding along, and hopefully it all clicks at one point, and it'll be good.
It's a stage that you seem to enjoy. What's it about the live lounge that clicks for yourself?
Yeah, so I'm always comfortable here, which is the main thing. Always seem to play well, so looking forward to the next couple of days.
Does this group feel a little bit of a baptism of fire? This feels like very Group A like for Group C.
Yeah, it's tough, I mean, but they all are, aren't they? So it's just got to take the rest with a smooth and see how it goes.
I get the sense you'll be the type of player that in your mind you know what you've got to do, but you're just going to take it one at a time.
That's exactly right, yeah, just got to see how it goes and fingers crossed.
In terms of the other players in there, anybody kind of stand out as anyone that when you look at the pedigree, you look at the players involved in that room, you look at them thinking, right, this is the kind of group that I really need to get my teeth into straight away.
Well, they're all class, aren't they? But 3 or 4 of them they're just brilliant. So, but it's what you get at the Modus. Can't complain. Just got to get out there and see how it goes.
Well, wish you the best. Go well, Lewis. Good luck out there.
Cheers, Henry. Cheers, mate.
Top man. And he was a top man, and he's looking for some top performances here in Group C. He takes on Archie Self, a meeting between two young guns that are looking to propel to the big heights here at the Live Lounge in Porter. For Archie, Group A didn't quite go to plan. However, we speak a lot about reset mentality here at the Super Series, and he certainly did that. Played in a local competition last night, won that local competition. Tell you a bit more about it as the afternoon develops. He takes on Lewis Gurnie from Lancing in West Sussex, just up the coast from us here in Hampshire. And he's back for another tilt at the Super Series trophy. Played for England in 2025, the 24-year-old, who now, because of his age, the development tour, not something on the cards for him, up against the 16-year-old Archie Self, for whom this year is the first year he is eligible to play on the development tour circuit. And it'd be interesting to see how he acquits himself. That star on the back of his shirt, a symbol of the WDF Boys World Championship title that he picked up in 2024. George Baker is the man in the middle this afternoon. He'll be presiding over all the proceedings, and it is an absolute pleasure, as ever. For the first time this year, I am sat in the company of my partner in crime,
41.
my pedigree chum, that is Scotty Dog Mitchell. Scott, how are you, pal?
Wow, what an introduction. I don't know whether I can live up to that.
You won't, but
45.
anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, no, all good, mate. I'm really looking forward to this. Two of our kind of young guns. A few years ago,
60.
Lewis Gurnie was the Archie Self of the darting world. And we talk about players developing and
59.
going on. Lewis still hanging around here at 24 years old, and he's, like you say, his Dev Tour days are done. He's now coming
60.
into the big man's world, and it'd be interesting to see whether he kicks on.
And it's an interesting situation because you find yourself at a little bit of a crossroads.
23.
And I've spoken to Jared Cole about this in the past, somebody who works here now at the Super Series. And when you do get to that stage of your career and your life,
140.
you do have to reacquaint a few things. And for Jared, it was actually, do you know what, I can't use this as a full-time occupation. So he took another job in the sport. And for someone like Lewis, he works as a chef day by day.
44.
I suppose he'd be working out his options as to what he wants to do moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's that much money kicking around the game now at
92.
all levels. And if you're at the top end of whichever level you're at, you're making, it's a tidy hobby at the worst. So you can totally
40.
understand
Lewis, you require
where those
108.
guys are coming from. But at the age that Lewis is, and like with Jared, we'll just watch this one go in.
72.
No, it didn't go in. But the age that they're at the moment, it's quite a crucial age. They're just starting to find life, settling down with partners, some of them, buying a house, and all those things sort of change the way that you are on the
140.
dartboard. You have to have all
36.
those things in the background settled, and 99 here would have settled
No
Lou, but
score.
not
Archie
to be. But he's
150.
offered Archie a go at 150. Now, we've seen him do 150 before, and he's going to have a chance again.
132.
Just on the
Lewis, you
outside,
require
on the
36.
inside.
Game
Double
shot on
18
the
for
first leg,
Gurney. He
Lewis
doesn't make any
Gurney.
mistake this time. And Archie Self had a really good end to yesterday, to be honest. He won 3 on the trot and started to show exactly what he had and showed a bit more confidence. He lightened up a little bit. He even swapped darts with his last player and actually beat him with his own dart, Scott Campbell. So
135.
it shows to me that Archie plays better when he's a little bit more relaxed.
And you speak about confidence breeding confidence
90.
because straight off the back of playing here yesterday, he went off to a local competition in Waterlooville at the Phoenix Club. It's a very popular event that a lot of players that play here at the Super Series tend to do in the middle of the week. And Archie actually went on to win it, and he beat quite the cast list of names to do so. Got the better of Steve West, Adam Lipscomb and Simon Whitlock in the final to go and win that particular comp. So he's going into today brimming with confidence.
I've got to be honest, that's a resume that I would be more than happy with coming into a tournament. Particularly this one where now you start
26
again, don't you? You start again. It's like starting afresh. And I noticed he's changed his flight setup today. He had a more
78.
solid setup yesterday, sort of the all-in-one flight sort of combo package that you've seen. He's now gone back to a slot-in flight.
140.
And Stem probably borrowed off of Scott Campbell, I would say, who's been his mate all week this week.
41.
Yeah, as ever,
Archie
Scott Campbell's been a real
60.
hit with a practice room. We'll see him in action against Aaron Gill in game 3 of the afternoon. But Self here, looking at double 10.
40.
And that's a couple of
Lewis required
opportunities come to
105.
pass to level this match up.
Treble 18 incoming. Double 16. And it's now, it's a 105 for Gurnie in his first and our first ton topper of the day.
Coming in only leg 2 of the session, and that was after we saw
Game up.
Archie Self in the previous leg scare the double with the 150. We said it in the introduction, it's a Group C that very much has the feel and the look of a Group A. When you look at the players that are involved, the cosmopolitan mix that's involved.
59.
And whoever gets through this 2 from 6 will have to have done the hard work to afford their slot into Saturday night's final.
140.
Yeah, as the old advert used to go, it's very tasty, isn't it, this group?
98.
In terms of Archie's numbers in Group A, they weren't too far off. His range of performance from high to low wasn't too big. His overall average, 81.57, 31%
37.
in terms of the doubling, 10 180s over the course of 3 days, a couple of ton plus checkouts, including the 120. However, his highest average was only 90.11. He'll know that the game's there, but it just needs to be raised by a couple of points to be ultra competitive
60.
in this particular group. In fact, that average came in his last game against Scott Campbell.
138.
Yeah, no, I
Lewis
agree.
required
But do we
164.
think those levels are not there? No, I know that they're there. I've seen them
94.
elsewhere.
Archie
And
requires
when Archie gets in
72.
his flow, he can be pretty spectacular.
52.
Almost called it right
Lewis
in.
requires
So
70.
Gurney now is 70. He goes the 18s route. That's always the risk with the 18s route. Recovered it to double 6.
64.
Didn't
Archie
go
required
though
20.
for him. Self back for double
Game
10.
shot in the third leg. Archie
Nails
Self.
it. And that kind of changes the game because now Self is on throw. Didn't realise,
Archie
but he's
to go
on throw.
first. Game up.
And he has a chance now to take this leg and level it up at 2-2.
134.
And this is where the best of 7 race can so quickly turn on its head. Gurney missing a dart to go 3-0 to the
100.
good. He's been broken and all of a sudden in next to no time could find himself pegged back on terms.
Yeah, and if it does go
100.
2-2, the last thing Gurney needs then is to be thinking, I had darts 3-0 here. I should be 3-0.
100.
You say you should be 3-0 because as a dart player, every time you get a chance at a double, you believe you should hit it, which is the correct way. But probably the proper saying is you
57.
could have been 3-0 rather than should have been, because we don't always hit with one dart. He's on his way back here. Nicely done. First 180 of the day goes to Lewis Gurney as well. Pace is really nice for both players here to play their own rhythm.
I think we're going to see that throughout the course of this group, throughout the whole course of the day. Gurnie unable to find the treble 17, which would have afforded him a dart at the ball.
Archie
So
Roll
Self here
110.
looking at 110 to turn a 2-0 deficit into a level scoreline. And he's going to get a dart at double 18 to do exactly that. Lewis Gurnie hits him with a 105 to go 2-0 to the good, but Archie Self has reeled off the 2 since. And we're back on level terms, and we're back at 2-2.
Yeah, nice stuff from Archie Self. And like you say, he got that leg and then got a bit of
180.
impetus. And there goes Gurnie again. That's his second 180 of this match already. Told you they were getting into a nice little flow here, that the pair of them were really happy. It's lovely to watch these rat-tat-tat games. They're really nice to watch.
140.
These are going to be the types of matches I think we're going to see all day. Numbers, mid to high 80s, doubling okay. I think that's what we're going to see as a sort of par for the course throughout the course of this session.
Yeah, it's one of those sessions where you feel it's going to be an absolute pleasure to be commentating on it. It just feels like that, doesn't it? It's just got that feel already.
Yeah, I wouldn't divert your eyes elsewhere this afternoon.
57. Lewis,
As
you've got
Gurnie
100.
looks at a ton to move himself one away. Treble 19 leaves the double.
81.
He's going to have to spurn one when he comes back.
Yeah, just as well our breaks are timed.
96.
If they were as quick as these throwers, you wouldn't have time to get the kettle on or put the cat out.
However, please do buy from our commercial partners.
11.
Anyway, outside,
Archie
inside.
Roll 112.
Self back to lead 3-2 for 2-0 behind. This a back-to-back tub plus checkouts.
80.
So the double 18 drops low.
Lewis, you require 8.
It's a nice miss, though. It leaves him double 16. Is he going to get a chance at it? Gurnie takes out the double
Lewis
2.
Gurnie.
Holds throw. And this is the one. This leg number 6,
Six
I
leg is
find
Archie.
always
The
the
throw
hardest
first,
one when
game
you're
up.
on throw to hold. You cannot make a mistake in this leg. It's a lot of pressure on this one.
96.
So you have to try and throw with as much freedom as you possibly can to not allow your opponent in, because he's got the momentum having won the last
43.
leg. He knows that this is not his last chance. So he throws with that freedom that you wish to. So that always makes this 6th leg really tough to hold.
96.
Is it also fair to say that the positivity that he's been exuding courtesy of winning that local competition last night will be properly tested
59.
in this particular scenario?
I think that is perfectly put. Yes, it is going to be tested in this scenario.
58. $43. $57.
Just couldn't quite get past those first 2 there. Archie Self, and he's going to be punished for it here.
140.
Brings himself right back into it.
I just poked Archie on the shoulder and
42.
he's been unable to come up with anything tangible. And if Gurnie could pile in something half decent again, the complexion of this leg, thus the match, could
54.
change on a pinhead
Archie
once
require
again. But he's unable to
152.
leave himself on a finish. The 19 leaves himself on a bogey. So Self has got 6 here from 152 to take us the distance.
93.
Was just about to say he needs a big treble here, and he hits the 54 with his last dart. Because here comes Gurnie, and you
126.
always hit 2
Archie
treble
require
20s when you're on a
59.
bogey. So it's 19 then for tops to save his bacon.
Game shot
Lovely
for 6 leg.
stuff.
Archie
And
Self.
like you say, that comes from confidence of last night. He beat a clutch of names there that anybody would have been happy to beat. That's why he hit that double. He wasn't doing that yesterday until the latter end of the games. So he knows he's got a break. It's now or never.
100.
He needs to go 140 here against that 100. He knows that.
100.
And that's unfortunate not to do it. 3 perfectly thrown darts.
But what he has done is he's flipped the switch in terms of he's now asked the question of Lewis. He's forcing the
85.
issue of his opponent, where a couple of legs ago it was all for him to make up.
Yeah, Lewis will be wanting to hit ton here and then see where he is, see where his opponent is. When you're throwing first, you don't really know what your opponent's going to do behind you.
60.
And when you don't hit like that, you naturally assume your opponent's going to hit a 140 to punish you. And at the top level, that's exactly what happens.
140.
And we're at top level darts here.
Really good leg this against Throw on a finish after 9. Gurnie needed to find a big treble to leave himself on 1. He finds 2 to leave himself on a finish. It would require just 1 big treble to leave a dart at a double. He's going to get a look at the 116 to, you feel, just cling on to victory in this contest. Can he find a way above? Well, that flight was completely in the way of the target. Archie Self's already had a 110. Can he round it off a 103? Not to be. Gurney should get a match dart
47. Here. Lewis, you require 74.
Well, he's going to get 1. And he only needs 1. A double 16 to round off a 4-3 victory. A seesaw affair. Gurney raced into a 2-0 lead. Archie Self pulled it back to 2-2. They then traded the last 3. But it is Lewis Gurney who completes a hard-fought 4-3 victory. That the tale of the tape from our opening match of the afternoon. Coming up next, it's Tommy Lisman against Lars-Erik Lingreen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Lewis Gurney get the better of Archie Self in a last leg decider 4-3. So the Lancer from Lancing, well, he is up and running. Next up for us, Tommy Lisman, the 30-year-old from Hull, a Challenge Tour winner in 2026, up against Lars-Erik Lingreen, the 46-year-old from Oslo, making his debut here, having come through the Northern European Tour in the ADC European system. Finished 5th in Group A. Played some decent stuff, but knows he'll need to find something a little bit more in excess if he's going to be competitive over the course of the next couple of days. But I met Lars last night, and I've got to say, what a very nice fellow he is, and absolutely loving every single part of his experience here at the Super Series. But Tommy Lisman's a player, Scott, who's not here for experience. He's here to deal in trophies. He's already picked up a Challenge Tour title. He picked up the first Challenge Tour title in 2026. Beat Tommy Morris 5-2 in the final. Currently plays 6th in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He's somebody that should be coming here and now maybe turning hopes into expectations of winning
99.
weeks.
Yeah, and obviously from the position he's in as well in the Challenge Tour, he'll be looking to get promoted into the Pro Tours as and when he can. I know that Tommy Morris has had a call up, and Tommy, ironically,
45.
even though Lisman beat him in that final, Morris sits one place above him in the Challenge Tour table.
Well, Tommy Lisman will
96.
probably this weekend be spent hovering over his phone because 5 players have pulled out of the first 2 Players' Championships of 2026. But we also know that players may
43.
not always make a decision on whether they want to play or not right until the very last minute. Now, 5 players got call-ups. Tommy Lisman, as I say, is 6th on the Challenge Tour. So he's probably going to be spending his weekend twiddling his thumbs as to whether he's going to be playing in Hildesheim on Monday and Tuesday or not.
Well, yeah, he needs to have the call by Sunday, doesn't he, really? Because otherwise it's flights and getting out there. It's not as if you can drive out there and probably go on the Eurotunnel, but it would be a big ask to then play any sense after a long drive to Germany. So I think that he's going to have to be getting a call
60.
earlier rather than later, or
54.
those last-minute flights aren't the cheapest to book.
And the practicalities of getting to somewhere like Hildesheim as well, as he looks at tops and finds the tops first dart to put himself into a 1-0 lead. Favourite to win this group, 6-4 with the bookies. But in terms of this week, rather interesting that you mentioned because he's won a Challenge Tour, you'd say he's probably the form horse of everybody. But he's 11-1 to go on a win this week.
Yeah, that's a strange one, but
95.
For Tommy, he's one of those guys that he knows what he's playing like. He knows how he's playing.
45.
And I think he's one of those guys that also doesn't worry too much about form. I think he worries about belief and relying on how he plays at the moment and bounces out of what he's doing right now. Really nice guy as well. Really nice guy when you have a chat with him. Yeah, get on with him fine. And I just think that
60. We're
just now starting to see the start of really what he's all about. Off the back of that Challenge Tour win, it takes you another level.
92.
He's the type of player that's turning potential into performance, isn't he? Because we've always known how good he is. He's done some great things here in the past. He's
100.
hit 9 darts. But maybe a lot of the things that he was previously doing were one-off achievements. But now he's backing it up on a more consistent basis. He's a player now we look at and think he can do serious damage everywhere he goes because of doing things like that.
Yeah, very much so. He can do damage wherever he goes. He plays at a pace that is his pace. He's not ever rushed along. He has a system where it works for him.
Game shot in the second leg. And, Tommy Lisman.
That is exactly what we're seeing.
13 darter, 2-0. 100.2 average for Tommy Lisman so far. For Lars-Erik Lingreen, well, it's not quite happening at this present moment in time. 17-13 equates to 30 darts, and the 30 darts equates to a ton average.
78.
Also 2 from 2 in terms of his doubling so far in this contest.
Yeah, that's what impresses me about him.
140.
I think since he was last here, I think he's picked up a product sponsor as well. So life is on the move for
96.
Lisman in more ways than one. I'm not sure about
180.
what the shirt's all about. Does he come on to walk like an Egyptian or something? Is that his walk-on music?
I think it might have something to do with one of
60.
his sponsors,
Tommy,
but I
you
could not
require
confirm
100.
nor deny.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Tops. He's 2 from 2 on his doubles, make it
Games on
3
the
for
third
3.
leg, Tommy
That's an 11,
Lisman.
and he's incrementally getting better leg upon leg. 3-0 to the good. Averaging here just a
Well,
shade
Lars
under
Eric to
110.
throw first.
And this has
No.
been a ruthless demolition so far of the Norwegian Lars Erik Lingreen.
Yeah, well, looking at that, this is surely a 9, isn't it?
No, first dart goes underneath the treble. This will not be a 9 darter. There's no way he was going to hit a 9 darter in this leg, as you can see.
140.
I
I'm always right, Scott. I'm always right.
did actually have to have a word with Nico yesterday at one point saying, don't Henry this. Please don't Henry this.
55.
After the first 9 dart, after the first 180.
Don't Henry it. What on earth is that?
That means don't flummox a 9. Don't just
91.
kibosh it. Don't be the commentator's curse that is you stopping a 9 darter.
What, by doing my job?
No, by
59.
going, whoa, there it is. Whoa, he's going to get it. Oh, it's going to... No, it's gone. Because you jinx it.
Yeah, but when I get it right, I get it very
66.
right.
Yeah, but Conor Heenan's not here every week, is he? So you can't get it right all the time. The king of the 9 darters here.
41.
Well, Tommy Lisman's getting it very right here. Average of 108 on the nose and 6 darts away from sealing a 4-0 win. And it has to be said, so far, it has been one-way traffic, and it looks
140.
like a match which is going to come to a close very, very quickly.
He looks like a man who is very comfortable with his game
59.
at the minute.
Tommy, you require 64.
And you just don't see the 64 not going. So goes the tops route.
24.
And he's just ruined his 100% record on the doubles. I don't think he'd be too bothered. He'd have taken being 3-0 at the moment.
58.
Missing a dart at tops
Tommy, you
and his
require 40.
opponent not being on a finish.
And he'll take this performance every day of the week because this has been a mightily impressive start for Tommy Lisman. Double 10 to put the cap on it.
20.
Not to be.
Lars Eric, you
Lingreen's going to
require
get a first poke at
129.
anything. Treble 20 for the bull. Bullseye, first dart at a double. And it might well be the only one he
94.
gets because
Tommy, you
Lisman
require
comes back looking at
20.
double 10 to seal a 4-0 win. The average is going to dip underneath the ton now.
No score.
And he may not even win the leg.
Lars Eric, you require 35. $25.
Well, he's had a
Tommy, you
couple of
require
opportunities,
20.
Lingreen. For Lisman to finally
Game
wrap
shot
it up.
and the match,
It took him a
Tommy
while to finish
Lisman.
the job off, but for 3 legs, he was absolutely immaculate, Tommy Lisman. A 4-0 win, a ruthless display, averaging 95 and change. Coming up next, Aaron Gill takes on Scott Campbell.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you just joined us after the break, you missed Tommy Lisman have an absolutely outstanding performance against Lars-Erik Lingreen. He beat him 4-0 with a 95 average. Lisman fresh off a Challenge Tour win, but we now head into our third game of the day, and it's our first batch gone through, and it's Aaron Gill, age 38 from Romford. He's taking on Scott Campbell, age 36 from Aberdeen. The Scotsman, the current Scottish international captain, didn't quite have the campaign he wanted in Group A, it must be said. Was looking for a Group B spot, didn't quite achieve that. But one to be reckoned with here in this Group C, you have to say. He is going to be there and thereabouts. I did see his social media today. And Scott Campbell basically said it's time to happen now. He's settled in. Felt good yesterday towards the end of the day.
First leg, it's Aaron to throw
But we
first.
know with these two-day
Game
affairs that you run out of games pretty quickly if you don't start winning from off the bat.
Reset mentality, but we know it's something Scott Campbell can do quite well as Aaron Gill kicks off his second campaign here at the Live Lounge of a Max. Played in the previous series, week 8, came unstuck in Group C, so looking to go one better than those particular
55.
exploits up against a proper player in Scott Campbell. Somebody who last year finished high up enough on the Challenge Order merit
66.
to gain invites to the World Masters. He's going to be playing at the UK Open in March, and he actually got out of his group, Scott Campbell, at the Masters. Beat 2 tour card holders in the preliminary stage. Beat David Sharp by
77.
3-2, and then got the better of another former weekly winner here in Adam Paxton by 3-1 in his second match. That then saw him into the
60.
knockout phase of the competition, where he would be deposed by the Pole, Krzysztof Ratajski, by 3-0. 94.77 average for the Polish Eagle in that one. Scott, who was averaging around about the 90 mark for his first couple of games, just saw his form dovetail in that last, averaging just underneath the 76 mark. As I say, we'll be playing
63.
in the UK Open at the beginning of March at Butlins in Minehead. Incredible arena for darts.
It is when it's not blowing a hoolie, I can tell you. That place, being in that main stage when it's blowing, tough place to play. But
60.
an amazing place to play when everything's good.
132.
And the place is absolutely rammed full. Played on that big stage, it's absolutely brilliant.
88 left.
I got my backside handed to me by Johnny Clayton at the time, but I still
64.
enjoyed it.
Aaron Gill here coming out with a bit of purpose in this opening leg, leaving himself on 68 to take the opening exchange against the former weekly
Aaron,
winner.
You require 68.
He's going to get a dart at the ball, and he's going to get the
Game shot on the
ball,
first
and
leg,
pretty much
Aaron
dead
Gill.
centre. And the thrill is off to a top start. Aaron Gill,
Second leg, it's
1-0
Scott to
up
throw
over the
first.
former weekly
Game on.
champ, Scott Campbell. What do you make of the nickname Gill the Thrill?
119.
I think you've got to live up to it, haven't you? It depends what the thrill is all about.
60.
Obviously, he's quite a flamboyant and not worried about the nickname. Otherwise, you know, you've got to be able to back it up sometimes.
180.
That's why I'm called the dog. A dog don't throw darts, so I've got nothing to live up to, really. It's easy.
No, all dogs do is chase buses all day.
180.
Chase buses indeed. Or park cars. Or moving buses. In bus lanes.
130. $43. Scott, you require 72.
Well, this is a really good response from Campbell. 72 left after 9 to square this game up at 1 apiece. He's got plenty of time to do so. Tops
32.
goes high, but he's got plenty of time.
85.
Got off to
Scott,
a
you
quick
require
start,
40.
but Campbell looks as if he's found the perfect response.
Game shot in the second
Tops is
leg.
in, that's a
Scott
14
Campbell.
darter. And we're back on terms at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Just looking up a few stats from
100.
Aaron Gillen. I knew I remembered the face. He played against Dorset for Essex last year when we went to Essex and had a 30 average and a 4-3 win
91.
against a lad called Ryan Gowans, who, again, class act when he was a youth, had a few years off and now starting to come back to darts
93.
in Dorset. I'm sure he'll make it here one day if he goes down the right routes. But yes, Aaron, if you're doing 30 averages at county, you're the right man for the job up here.
And so
60.
I suppose the question is, he won't be overawed and overfazed by the stage, but maybe the added of the cameras being here and the pressure of playing in a tournament like this, will wonder how he can
81.
equip himself to it this time around.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm a firm believer. If you can play county darts and you can achieve on a county stage, you can
140.
achieve anywhere. And I do think a lot of players feel that county is kind of dead finances, if you say. You know,
57.
county can cost a bit to travel and to get you one game a weekend. But for me, I think it teaches you the stagecraft, and you're on stage every month. You know, there's not big, long periods where you're not on stage. So for me, I think it's vital in a player's
Aaron, you
development.
require
I really do.
170.
And you know, Tommy Morris went back to county in September, and look at the darts he's playing again now. And
95.
here he is. He's now off to a pro tour as a sort of makeup player from the Challenge Tour. So kind of the proof is in the pudding for me.
And we'll see how that experience works out for Aaron as the week goes
125.
along.
Aaron, you
Now,
require
big passage in
75.
play here. Campbell's left himself on a single to double. Aaron's only going to get the singular one at tops.
55.
That drops low, and
Scott, you
Campbell's back for the
require
break.
60.
You get the sense if Scott Campbell can get his teeth stuck into this contest, it could be a long way back for the frill. Because
Game shot
Campbell's
the
in
third
for the
leg.
kill, and
Scott
he leads
Campbell.
2-1 with a break in hand.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
In terms of Scott Campbell's campaign in Group A, averaged 85.5 over the course of his
44.
15 games, 41 from 125 double attempts. That equates to a percentage of 32, 19 180s over the course of
140.
15 matches, couple of ton plus checkers, both of them being a ton. And a high average we got at the beginning of yesterday's action of 103.66 against Paddy the Baddie,
48.
for whom they're sharing a house with this week.
Yeah, I saw the three of them hanging out
123.
after Group A yesterday. They were heading off to a local eatery. Some
39.
sustenance.
I must say that I have been a beneficiary of Scott Campbell's culinary skills this week.
58.
I've had lentil soup, sticky toffee pudding. I've had prawns with garlic mayo. He's a very talented individual when it comes to his cuisine.
91.
All I'm saying is if the Super Series are looking for a full-time chef, he'd be the person I'd employ.
Oh, Nico would be over the moon to hear that.
121.
But yeah, no, we have a few that are great chefs. I've shared the house with Neil Duff, and Duff cooks a mean meal, and so does
171.
Devon Peterson.
Aaron,
Devon,
you
I've
record
stayed in the
59.
house with, and he done me a lovely breakfast one morning.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Well, that
Aaron
was a
Gill.
deliciously executed 59 for Aaron Gill to break back, level up
Fifth
at
leg,
2
it's Aaron to
apiece.
throw first.
Chris Mason can cook.
Game
He's
on.
I remember when we started at the live lounge, we went to the staff house and he cooked us an amazing lasagna. We've had a
30.
beautiful bottle of white wine as well. Wonderful.
Yeah, I was listening to him on another channel the other day. I think he's got a hot tub in his Bentley as well, hasn't he?
100.
Yeah, I thought him and Wayne Mardle were absolutely superb together last weekend.
100.
Yeah, much to social media's underlight. I think it was led to believe that these two didn't get on social media. Well, I think those of us in the know that probably was not the case. So I'm not sure where that
44.
one was dreamed up from.
Mace, if you're watching, pal, hope you're well. I'm sure if he is watching, he will send us a message.
98.
I'm sure he will, but
I'm sure he won't be able to repeat it either.
hopefully it's showing in his establishment this afternoon. It'd be nice if it was. Hope you're well, Mace. Not seen you for a couple of months. Good to hear your voice the other day.
60.
Always good to hear you on the darts, mate. Super stuff from you, as always.
I do miss our curry nights.
60.
But there's not been too much by way of missing in this particular contest so far. Aaron Gill, 2 from 3 in terms of his doubling. Scott Campbell, 2 from 5. It's been a tidy contest up to press.
97.
But Aaron, with the advantage of throws, got 6 from here to put himself 1 away.
135.
That's a good way to go about your business, leaving himself on 78 to lead 3-2 and force the issue of Scott Campbell.
121.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Aaron,
he's
you
done,
require
Henry. He has forced the
78.
issue. But Campbell was up to it. 20 for tops here for Gill.
Game
Only
shot in the
needs
fifth
one
leg,
dart at it
Aaron
as
Gill.
well. Nicely done from the Thrill.
Well, he's nicknamed the
Sixth
Frill,
leg, it's
and
Scott
he's
to throw
involved in a
first.
thriller
Game on.
to kick off Thursday afternoon for him.
He actually had a different shirt on when he was warming up. With the players before they get up on stage do get a 10 15
46.
minutes to have a throw on the main stage before it all starts, just to acquaint themselves. And he was wearing actually a different shirt.
140.
So whether he's changed to this one because this is his favourite shirt, who knows?
Maybe Aaron Gill has a warm-up top.
Yeah, maybe
96.
he does.
Maybe it's all part of the Aaron Gill
86.
merch.
Who knows? I like to have minimal amount of shirts. I only want about 3 shirts. Otherwise, you've got to start carrying 6 and 8 shirts. It just fills it all up, doesn't you? You don't want to be doing that.
In fairness, you weren't in tournaments long enough to need more than
59.
one shirt.
To be fair, you're absolutely right. But all my shirts have got stars on. How about yours?
40.
Yeah, yours have got kebab stains on. Mine have got stars.
I don't eat kebab.
I know. And how would you ever miss your mouth either?
40. 140.
Well, good 140 that for Aaron, and now he's on the cusp of getting this one and done for 2. Needs a treble to leave himself a finish.
45.
Diverts
Aaron,
wide,
you
and
require
so Gill back
95.
here for 95 to wrap it up. He's got all the time he wants to get up and running of a win. Tidy performances,
37.
average just underneath the 90 mark. The doubling's been really good. It's certainly an improved version of Aaron in comparison to his previous appearance here. The early showings are beginning to offer.
Yeah, and fair play to Aaron. If you're going to have a sketchy sort of setup, which is the first one of the match for him, do it while your opponent wasn't on a finish. So it's double top for him now. One up, one in.
Game shot.
One up, one in it is. It's game shot to Aaron Gill. A tidy start for him. Just what he'd have dreamed of. Getting a win over the Scottish captain, 4 legs to 2. High 80s. That's what we said we were going to see lots of in this group. We head into a short break, and when we return, we have Archie Self taking on Tommy Lisman.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The first round worth of matches has come to a close. And before the break, we saw Aaron Gill get the better Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 2. Match 4 is a meeting between Archie Self and Tommy Lisman. Tommy looking to become the first player to move on to 4 points in this group following an impressive opening display in getting the better of Lars-Erik Lingreen by 4 legs. Now, as for Archie Self, well, he lost out in a last leg decider against Lewis Gurnie in his opening game. So looking for his first win of the group.
129.
But Tommy Lisman, Scott, by far and by way the best player in the first round. In the end, his average was only 95, but up until he had his first match start, he was hovering around the 108, 109 mark. We said that he's a player that will now be looking to expect from himself, and the early indications are his game is in the perfect place.
Yeah, the early indications are all of that.
140.
I have to say.
80.
Although, there's something about Archie. He's played at a top level now for the last 2 or 3 years, and he'll know what he's up against here.
91. Archie
He'll feel like he's got a bit of freedom here, Archie, because it's probably not a game that he would expect.
57.
Or
Tommy, you require 170.
On paper, we would expect him to win. So he's kind of the underdog, and that doesn't happen very often for Archie
60.
these days.
Archie
Everywhere he plays,
98.
he's probably the favourite to win since that star went on his shirt. And it's a very different place to play, and look at this stuff.
86.
Rushed
Tommy,
it a little bit. I
110.
think the look on his face means he knows he rushed it a bit.
49.
But you feel that these
Archie
chances
requires
have to go
12.
for self here. They have to go.
Game
Nicely done. Off the flight a little there, but that doesn't matter. In is in. Holds throw nicely. 17 dart holder throw.
Second leg is Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Likeable young man. Archie Self. I've known him for a fair few years now from him
99.
sort of playing county for Berkshire, and
45.
Paul Hogan, he has a good kind of mentor there as well, who's been there, seen it, got 4 or 5 T-shirts, a couple of them still
81.
fit, still doing the business, isn't he? And he's here again tonight. I think for Archie, it's probably a good thing that he didn't drop into Group B with Hogan being there. But yeah, I went through. We were away at the Masters, and Archie was sort of going through the motions and playing when he was playing, and Paul was sort of mentoring him, wandering around with him, and making sure he had everything he needed. It was good to see.
59.
Yeah, Paul Hogan, who's certainly finding something again. Recently recalled to the England side. Lisman. Well, that
38.
well, that's nothing more than a slip, and a categoric one at that. But how much damage is going to be done?
43.
Not much. He's got away with that.
See, as Archie gets older and he sees a slip like that, you jump all over that. You go, hey, he's not feeling it. I am. Have some of this. But he'll learn that as he goes on, as time goes on. We forget,
16.
and I forget. He's still just 16.
43. Tommy, you require 86.
Bullseye.
49.
Not to be.
Archie, you require 131.
And when you consider the position that Archie Self was in this leg, he'll be disappointed that this might well be the only poke he gets to win it. Had a really good chance to break the throw,
55.
has been unable to oblige.
Tommy, you require 37.
And his opponent now returns to 37. That's where this game, but it's the second really iffy dart that Lisman's thrown in this leg.
Thing is, he usually only needs one dart.
33.
Right on the wire.
Archie, you
And
require
again,
76.
I said it in the last leg. Archie Self needs to keep him under pressure here. He needs to be finishing these shots off. Tops up. And he
Game shot in the
takes it.
second leg. Archie
Nicely
Self.
done by Archie Self. Wry smile to himself. He can't believe the chances he's getting. And I've got to be
Well, it's
honest,
Archie to throw first.
on
Game
Tuesday, when I watched him from home, it was pouring rain. I was doing a bit of paperwork. Had the old Pluto TV, just an
60.
excuse really. The rain, I mean, not anything else. And I was doing a bit of paperwork inside, and my wife and I were sorting stuff out.
58.
And I thought Archie had a bit of a rum deal on Tuesday. I thought he played really well. And ended up with just the one. I don't think he won a game that day, but everybody
59.
played their best game against him. You looked at everybody's average. And when I walked in on Wednesday morning to do comms yesterday, I was with Archie and I said, you were a bit
59.
unlucky yesterday, mate. He said, yeah, I think I was. I said, no, there's no think about it. Look at the numbers that they were doing against you, and I get to see those, and you probably don't as a proper figure.
58.
I said, I think you were a touch unlucky. Everybody sort of opened up on you yesterday. So it's about time you had a bit of luck.
Was the carrier pigeon
58.
collecting the mail again?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You know, I'm the Mr. Stop the Pigeon in this place.
140.
140 for Self, leaves himself in a position where he's going to get 6 here to open up a 3-0 lead. Having broken the previous leg, he may feel as if he's broken the back of Lisman, but has to keep him as straight as possible here.
54.
He's just given Lisman a bit of an opening if he can pile in something, even if it's just one big treble.
But I think that was a clever move from Self, because he's left himself 130, where he only needs one treble to get himself a dart or something to win the leg. So that was a clever 44. Treble 20 for Bull. Doesn't quite go. It'll go across 65. Either for the Bull or the 54. Goes the Bull route.
44. $60. Archie requires 65.
For 3-0. Double top. He's finding that target on a string now, isn't he, Archie Self? And he could just tell the belief is back in his game. 3-0 to the good. And he's got Lisman on the rack here.
Game on.
I don't think Lisman can quite believe what's happening here.
Well, he must be thinking, how has it gone from so good in the opening game against Lingreen to so mediocre here? Because there's a best part of 20-point gap in terms of performance from match 1 to match 2.
Yeah, totally agree. And he's going to have to find something pretty quickly here, because
100.
Archie Self is really going for the jugular here. I'd be disappointed with that one.
31.
He has the odd dart where his body jumps up with the throw, and then he tends to push and drag it low. That's all about being too keen to want to get in there. He's going with it kind of thing and up on his tippy toes. Whereas when he stands dead still and does nothing,
Tommy, you got
the dart
121.
Tends to go 8 times out of 10 where he wants it to go.
93.
Well, Lisman unable to take the 1-2-1, but he's in the next best task to leave himself on a double after a dozen. The only problem is it's a leg on the throw.
Tommy, you require 28.
But it's a foothold in the contest if he can find this. If he doesn't, Archie Self would have left himself on a finish to win the match. But eventually he pins the double 14, forcing his opponent to serve it out.
Fifth leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, what an opening throw as well from the young man. Showing his maturity and firing the pressure back onto Lisman, who does well there to get a last treble. Archie now needs
140.
Oh, that's lovely. After that first dart, looked to totally block it. Squeeze one round the outside to the left and squeeze one round the outside to the right. Nicely done. And
96.
Once again, absolutely top front running here from Archie Self.
1-2-5 left after 9, and Lisman is nowhere to be seen. And you get the sense it's going to be curtained sooner rather than later. He's got plenty of time.
93.
And when he comes back, he's going to return at 32. For Lisman, well, it's been a case of two complete contrasting performances to kick his day off. But for Archie Self, that's a 13th darter to put the cap on a 4-1 win. And for him, he's on the board. He lost out 4-3 to Lewis Gurnie in his opener, but he's now found his first 2 points of this Group C, courtesy of a 4-1 win against Tommy Lisman. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Scott Campbell and Lewis Gurnie go head-to-head. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Looking rather resplendent, isn't it, on this Thursday afternoon? We've seen 4 matches in this Group C. Before the break, Archie himself got the better of Tommy Lisman by 4 legs to 1. So far, the 4 games have all gone with the players throwing first. Hoping that'll be an omen is Scott Campbell against Lewis Gurnie.
Game on.
Lewis got the better of Archie himself and his opener by 4 legs to 3, while Scott Campbell lost out 4-2 to Aaron Gill to kick off his first day.
129.
For Lewis, it was a rather tidy performance. Now, the average of 83 may not suggest it, but his doubling was decent. 4 from 12, took out to 105 in there. It looked rather steady from the man that he's self-acclaiming himself as the Lancer, because he's from Lancing.
100.
Not quite sure it's going to kick on.
Depends
55.
how much he's into fencing, I suppose.
Always on guard.
Always on guard indeed.
It's all about the curling,
60.
isn't it, for the next couple of weeks? Winter Olympics about to begin.
Depends how often I get my hair wet.
124.
Well, Gurney here has given Scott Campbell 1 or 2 questions to ask on throw in this opening leg.
100.
Finds a ton to leave himself a 112, but Gurney with just a big treble will leave himself on a 2-darter.
60. Scott, you require 112.
Only 60. Campbell, 1 treble for a dart at the outer ring. Found the treble. And the 16 leaves in double 18. Clear target of AMAT, clear target found.
Scott Campbell.
And that might well be the spark for Scott Campbell. Already our 4th ton plus checkout of the session.
Second leg is Lewis to throw first.
And SC has a 1-0 lead.
100.
You know, one of the markets you can bet on, and it is 18 plus gamblerware.org if you're going to have a flutter, is the high checkout and maybe the way to the high checkout. Well, if you're backing in the ton plus checkout today, you're finding yourself in the money.
100.
Yeah, Scott Campbell here. We'll be seeing this as an England versus Scotland head-to-head.
83.
And you can see the grimace and the determination on his face.
57.
A very proud Scotland captain at the WDF World Cup in South Korea last year.
$58.
I think he finds himself very much at home on this live lounge stage. Portsmouth's kind of become a second home for him over the course of the last 12 months or so. And it's been an ever-present for the Scotland team in the international pairs. Hit 2 180s and a pairs 9-dart shootout in the first edition of that competition. 66 left for Gurney. Bully's double 8 if he comes back. But Campbell, first and foremost, looking to climb the ladder, be back-to-back ton plus checkouts. But that, if it was cricket, would be described as a wide.
Lewis, you require 16. No score.
3 darts there, all
Scott,
clipping the
you
wire, but
require
none finding a way
18.
through. And so Campbell here has a break chance. And an opportunity to double his lead and to really get his teeth stuck into this game. It's going to be 1 dart at a very obscure top. So there's a little sight at the right-hand side.
Game shot.
But manages to find a way through the blockade of the first 2.
Yeah, impressive from Campbell, that. Nicely done.
Third leg is
Across
Scott
to the
throw
right.
first.
Opened up
Game on.
the double top bed, and he in fact ended up sort of laying it on top of the dart that was already there, using the flight. Really good stuff from Campbell.
43.
I know he averaged 103 in his opening match
41.
yesterday, but traditionally isn't known as a very strong starter to a session, is Scott Campbell. And that was certainly the case in his game against Aaron Gill. He wasn't poor, but it was just a little bit off what we come to expect from him. But this
60.
much more like he's put a few points on his average and just looks as if he's a bit more settled.
70.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he has looked a little more settled since game one. Maybe it's the wake-up call.
40.
We did say at the top of the show, or I did say at the top of the show, these two-day groups, before you know it, the games start running out on you.
44.
Once you've played in a Group A feels like a real marathon to play in because it's those 3 days and 5 games a day. But when you then cut that down to 2 days, if you let a day get away from you or you don't quite perform on the day, you have to be careful. Although I've been one that's been guilty of playing absolutely brilliant on the
58.
first day and absolutely rotten on the second day and not getting through. So it can work both ways, but you don't want to be
96.
losing too many games in a row.
Well, Matthew Edgar has a rule of 3, doesn't he? Lose 3 matches, then you cannot complain if you don't get through. He also has another rule of 3, that rule being £3 for lunch,
60.
nothing more, nothing less.
And his haircut.
55.
Hey, he's got a new wardrobe now, the Primark sale's on.
we shouldn't goad one that's not here to defend oneself.
83.
I'm sure he's crying in his Bentley.
I'm sure he is crying in his Bentley.
Well, interesting passage of play here.
140.
Gurney piling in a
Scott, you're
140 to
157.
leave himself on 55. But if Campbell can pile this in, he goes free to the good. He's not going to, and so Lewis has a chance to get himself in the
41.
contest to
Lewis, you require
give himself
55.
some kind of foothold. Double 18
37.
comes and
Scott, you
goes.
require 116.
Well, he's already had the 112 in this game. Can he add the 116 to the mix? He's going to get a dart.
76.
And that dart bends the
Lewis,
wire.
you require 18. Nine. Scott, you
Crept his
require
way in,
40.
but crept in too far there to Gurney.
Game
That's
shot the third
another
leg.
a
Scott
chance
Campbell.
gone begging for Gurney, and he'll be disappointed with that.
Fourth leg is
He'll be
Lewis
feeling
to
like
go
all his
first.
Christmases have come at once. I do say it's the
57.
easiest thing to do is hit a double when your opponent has missed it. But it's allowing the opponent at this level to have a go at it first. It's a big risk.
I always feel like when we mention players being really good match
7.
players that we sometimes degrade their ability as a consequence of it. We know how good Scott Campbell is, despite that first visit to this leg.
58.
But he's also somebody that can read the situation in a match perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can't always blow people out of the water with averages, but there are some players that just, like you say, match play them and just do enough each
125.
time and keep them under just enough pressure to allow them to make an error and then pounce. And
44.
you know, Taylor did it for years and years, didn't he? When somebody stepped up against him, That's when he was starting to do record averages. Break records all over the place in the PDC.
96.
If he wasn't being pushed, he never really seemed to do those things.
60.
It's just a typical innate human ability. You only do as much as you have to do. Look at what some of those Pep Guardiola teams did when they were pushed by Liverpool over that couple of years spell. Then you look at this year, how low the points total is going to be for the Premier League champions.
140.
That's one of those old adage scenarios that you can't keep looking over your shoulder and do anything about what's already
60.
gone.
Lewis,
You can only do what's coming up in front of you.
44. Scott, you require 156.
Well, this would be some way to round it off. And that sat invitingly for a second. Used the dart and used it perfectly. Double 18 for the match.
120.
Double 18 for what would have been a second ton plus checkout in the contest. But he's going to get 3 more to win it.
48.
At that same
Scott, you
target.
require 36.
He lost 4-2 in his opener.
Cross the double 9 then. And I think the closed eyes
No score. Lewis,
showed
you
you
50.
he did not want to offer this opportunity to Gurnie. Double 16 for Gurnie. One on the inside of that.
18. Scott,
Not to be, they tend not to go when you're 3-0 down.
And he can't say he hasn't had opportunities. He's missed 10 darts at a double in this game, Lewis Gurnie. Can Scott Campbell finally bring it to a close?
Game
Yes
start
is the
and
answer.
match, Scott Campbell.
And that means that each of the opening 5 matches so far this afternoon have all gone with the player throwing first. The latest of which, Scott Campbell with a 4-0 win against Lewis Gurnie. It wasn't a classic by any stretch of the imagination, but Scott Campbell has done enough to pick the points up. Coming up next, we're going to see Lars-Erik Lingreen take on Aaron Gill. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 5 games down, and before the break we saw Scott Campbell get the better of Lewis Gurnie by 4 legs to zip. Match 6, a meeting between Lars-Erik Lingreen and Aaron Gill. 2 of our ADC qualifiers this week. Lars-Erik by winning the ADC Norwegian title. Aaron Gill, the East of England Championship, or the East of England qualifier, to get here via the Vault Series. For Aaron, he's got an opportunity here to go top of the table early on, because each of the 5 matches have gone with the player throwing first. That means a winner piece for Lewis, Tommy, Aaron himself, Archie self, and Scott Campbell before the break.
43.
Lars-Erik Lingreen wins this, and everyone will be on 2 points, and we're none the wiser as to how things are going to pan out following 2 rounds worth of play. But this, a real chance at Aaron to
42.
really ascend himself to the top of the table and get his teeth stuck into this group. Huge opportunity here.
100.
And if he takes it, he'll really begin to fancy it, won't he, Scott?
Yeah, he will indeed.
60.
Lars had a really good day on Tuesday, where he didn't win a game on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I think he won
60.
4 out of his 5 and sort of turned up. And we thought, here we go. And then sort of like hit the skids again yesterday and only managed to pick up 1 win. But showed flashes on Tuesday of really what he could do. And I think for Lars, it's all about momentum. It's all about winning games. It's all about playing well. And then he continues on and steps up. And I mean this in no disrespect for the Norwegian
45.
darts and where it is in that area. But he won't have had many opportunities to play in situations like this against the calibre of player that we have here. So I think it's all new and learning for him. And I think it's going to be a great thing to take him back to Norway and go, this is what could happen. We need to get the vaults out here. We need to get these guys playing each other. And the better players playing each other each week. And that's what the vault seems to do. And then we're improving the skills of the players out there. And they'll come back here. May not be Lars, it may be other people. And they'll come back with a different mentality towards it.
You're pretty much saying exactly what I heard from the horse's mouth last night.
95.
Spent a little bit of time with
Lars-Erik, you require 40.
Lars-Erik and his partner Julie, who's travelled with him this week. As he pins double top,
Lars-Erik Lindgreen.
one thing he was saying was back home in Norway, he can average 80 a lot of the time and win matches comfortably. But playing in this environment, averaging 80, he knows that he's going to find himself in a position where he's going to be in trouble all the time.
95.
But we have seen growth in Norway. Called Decker now a tour card holder, has done some decent things in his first year. And the Nordic and Baltic regional together is certainly having a bit of a burst
59.
of growth. Now, by being here, Lars-Erik has made a decision. Because by being here this week, it means he will not be in Latvia this weekend for the first round of action in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour.
125.
And that's part of the game now, where because there's so many opportunities and so many avenues open, a lot of the time playing in tournaments comes as a
99.
choice.
Yeah, very much so. It becomes a very... the better you get, and I know everybody thinks it gets easier the better you get. You couldn't get further from the truth.
61.
It becomes
Aaron,
a bigger juggling act
167.
because you get to a point where until you actually get that tour card, there are so many avenues for you that there are nearly too many to be able to concentrate on one at any one given time. So you find yourself dodging in and out of all the others to try and keep yourself sort of relevant. It's hard to describe, but really
75.
difficult to try and put into place.
Totsagill.
35.
And that was
Lars-Erik,
to level this match up at 1 apiece. Lingreen looking at 156 to double his lead. I hope to slot one over the top
45.
of that. And even so on a single to double, unable to do so. In fact, he's still in 3-figure range. Is it going to be relevant? Yes,
20.
it is.
Lars-Erik, you require 111. 26. Aaron, you require 20.
And I suppose those are the visits where
Game
back
shot in the
home you
second
might get
leg,
away
Aaron
with, but here,
Gill.
as you see, you get punished for as Aaron Gill takes out the double 10 to level up at one apiece.
Lars Eric to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, indeed. And I suppose for somebody like Lingreen, he's got to start practicing doing like 6 visit legs, really, hasn't he? And if you, I remember I used to talk to John Bowles a lot back in the day.
93.
Man from Yorkshire who had a PDC tour card for a few years. And I bumped into him at the Premier League at the Bournemouth International Centre when they still held a Premier League. And we were in the bar, in the VIP bar there, and we were chatting. And he said, "Yeah, when I practice, I do five sort of visits, and if I'm not out with that, then I lose the leg, and I go first to 10, kind of when he hasn't got a practice partner." And
81.
It's a really good line of thought and a way to do it, really. There are some players that like to have practice partners, and otherwise they get bored or they don't dedicate themselves to it. I'm one that I don't really like having a practice partner, because I think if I go and get a practice partner, there's only probably one person benefiting from that, and that's probably the partner that I'm practicing with. So I've always tried to devise little games that work for me, for myself, and I much prefer to practice
140.
on my own, because you get more darts then. You're not waiting for somebody else to throw either. Well, to be fair, you don't get that many darts. I'm a bit slower than anybody else, but yeah, don't even go there, Henry.
94. Aaron,
I will punch
70.
you.
Yes.
25 left. Double 12.
46.
Would have been for the break at a 2-1 lead.
Lars
Lingreen
Eric,
may
you
only get a
require
dart at the
90.
bullseye here to get his nose in front again. The bullet is.
44.
There's
Aaron,
a
you
lot of
require
darts that are going
24.
wide or low of
Game
where
shot on the
he'd
third
like to
leg,
be,
Aaron
Lingreen,
Gill.
as Gill finds the 2 12s to go 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on. $58.
Yeah, with the Gill throw is collecting of the second dart. It's sort of all part of the throwing motion.
100.
I noticed it earlier. He puts his first dart up and it's the throw, and he just follows it right the way through to collecting dart and then picks it back up.
100.
Puts it in the throwing chamber and then just lobs it again from a very similar position to his first three. And that's why he's
80.
successful with what he's doing.
$100.
Yeah, you can see the right smile on his face there. Only scoring 100, but he hit the first treble 20 and he was asking questions of himself
59.
of why he didn't hit another 2.
$60.
I hope you're ready, Scott, because in the next leg, we're going to be doing the tungsten teaser.
58.
And this one's good.
55.
I was doing the on this day in history yesterday, but I didn't get any of them out. It was, the games were that good. We didn't have a break in games.
140.
Well, luckily, we've got 2 sessions today, so plenty of time. 128 for Gill to go 3-1 up, not to be. So Lingreen's going to get a chance to level us up at 2 apiece.
52. Lars Eric, you require 64. $24.
Doesn't
Aaron,
go,
you
so
require
Gill will be coming back for
76.
76. Treble 20 will be the way. He's going large 16. Double top
36.
on the top wire.
Lars Eric, you require 40.
So Lingreen here has a chance to level up. Double 10. He's a straight up and down thrower. Should suit him.
20.
Not to be on this
Aaron, you
occasion.
require 40.
Gill comes back for
Game
tops
shot
to
on the
hold
fourth
throw.
leg,
No
Aaron
mistake
Gill.
this time around. And the thrill leads this one 3-1.
Fifth leg is Lars Erik to throw first.
Yeah, on this day in history
Game
yesterday, I didn't get a chance to get out that the world's largest hovercraft was built and launched from Cowes on the Isle of Wight and actually still runs from
81.
Portsmouth to Ryde. And it's the fastest way still to get to the island in just 10 minutes to cross.
Did you just do it on
100.
this day in history, even though it was not on this day in history?
It was on this day yesterday's history.
You know what they say about yesterday's news? Today's chip paper.
100.
Fish and chip paper.
Anyway, tungsten teaser time, everybody. The Premier
55.
League of Darts gets underway tonight in Newcastle. And the question that I'm asking you today is this. How many players to have played at the Live Lounge in
84.
Portsmouth have played in the Premier League?
94.
I mentioned the phrase at the Live Lounge because one of the answers is a player that's not played at the Super Series but has played in the tournament that was
100.
played in this building.
$55. Lars Erik, you require 136.
Lingreen 136. 6 darts from here to reduce the gap back down to 3-2.
96.
He's left himself on tops to give himself a foothold back into the game.
60. Lars Erik, you require 40. Game shot in the fifth
Well, he's
leg,
keeping
Lars
himself
Erik
interested. He's
Lingreen.
brought it back to 3-2 and he's forced Aaron Gill to serve it out.
Sixth leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on. $100.
Of course, this is the prelude to what is a very busy weekend on the darting schedule. The Dutch Open takes
60.
place this weekend, as too does the Women's Series season get up and running in Hildesheim on
100.
Saturday and Sunday respectively. Wish everybody involved there all the very best of luck. A number of Super Series regulars, of course, will be involved in that. All looking to
41.
chase down Bo Greaves, who won the Women's Series Order of Merit in 2025 by £23,000.
125. Here's a tungsten
125.
teaser for you. Did you know that this year there are 8,415 entries at the Dutch Open across all categories?
140.
Across all categories. It's just unbelievable. It's just massive, massive, massive. It's gone bigger and bigger and bigger. And I did actually
100.
look into entering the Dutch Open this year myself and go over, but they shut the entries about a month ago because they got to 4,000 in the men's singles
85.
and had to shut
Aaron,
the
you require
entries.
76.
Most have to shut them at 256. Those lot, 4,000. Unbelievable.
And there's the 2 points.
56.
But double top goes low.
You have to experience the Dutch Open. If you're a darter and you like tournaments, I know it's not the cheapest in the world to go to, but wow, you've got to go and experience it.
99. Aaron, you require
double 10.
20.
To get his second consecutive win and to put it to the top of the table, but
No
he's
score.
put the double 5
Lars
wide
Erik, you
to the
require
left,
76.
and he's given Lingreen the opportunity to take us all the way. It's going to be one dart, just about one dart at tops.
56.
That drops low,
Aaron, you require
and so this
20.
to wrap it up once and for
Game
all.
shot,
Double 10 is
Aaron
found,
Match, Aaron
and it's
Gill.
Aaron Gill, who is your league leader following 2 rounds worth of matches. He's the only player who is still preserving a perfect record so far in this Group C, having got the better of Lars Erik Lingreen by 4 legs to 2. This is how he did so. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Archie Self and Scott Campbell. I think today they'll be playing with each other's darts. 6 games down on this Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're here for the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. And before the break, we saw Aaron Gill get the better of Lars-Erik Lingreen by 4 legs to 2. And it's actually Aaron Gill who tops the table. He's the only player with a 100% record so far. 2 games played, 2 games won. And other than poor Lars-Erik Lingreen at the bottom of the table, the other points so far on this Thursday afternoon have been shared around. So Self, Campbell, Lisman and Gurnie all with 1 win and 1 defeat to their name. But one of Archie Self and Scott Campbell will move on to 4 points come the end of this one. 2 players who picked up their first wins last time out. Archie getting the better of Tommy Lisman by 4 legs to 1. Scott Campbell beating Lewis Gurnie by 4 legs to 0.
Archie to throw first. Game on.
These 2 meeting for the 4th time this week. And this time, they are playing with their own darts.
180.
Well, I was just about to comment. They played each other 3 times this week. The first was resulted in a 4-3 win for Scott Campbell on Monday. On Tuesday, it resulted for a 4-1 win for Scott Campbell. And on Wednesday, Scott Campbell's darts won it, but in Archie Self's hands,
100.
4-1. So, in fact, Scott Campbell's darts have actually won this fixture on 3 occasions this week, but just twice for Scott Campbell.
123.
Make it make sense.
$64.
However, you can already tell that Archie Self is a player who's beginning to really brim with confidence. Decent performance last time out, particularly doubling was delightful against Tommy Lisman. 4 from 6 on the outer ring. And he's got out of the gate the quicker of the 2 here. 6 on 157 to put himself a leg to the good.
45.
I think it's fair to say it's just been a little bit in and out so far for
Archie
Scott Campbell, a player that we talk about so often in terms of consistency. It's just been a little bit on and off the boil for him up to press.
80. Scott, you require 160.
This would be one hell of a way to break through. Not going to happen now. I do wonder how, for the likes of Scott Campbell and other people that have been selected for British internationals, are thinking, because incoming 32 there for Archie Self. Nicely done by him. He takes a 1-0 lead. But yeah, the British internationals this year do actually clash with Champions Week for this series. And so players who are in international teams could be having to say, I'm really sorry, I can't make it this weekend. I am at the Modus Super Series Finals week.
That's right, Scott, you don't have that problem. You just pick between broadcasters.
Well, there is that problem.
100.
I never know where to go.
Luckily for me, I don't have that problem.
Well, they say you make your own luck.
180.
Nicely done there from Scott Campbell.
100.
These two have been getting on like a house on fire this week and become good mates. Scott Campbell has been a kind of father figure to most here at the Super Series this week, but that's no surprise to those of us that know him very well. Such a genuine guy. And he's one of those, when things happen for him in darts, you feel genuinely happy for him, because he is that all-round nice guy. Sometimes too nice for his own good. But he does have that cutthroat edge when he's on the hockey. And it's knowing when to have the 2, and he gets it right for me nearly every time.
Archie, 161.
Really good pick off of the last there to leave himself in Shanghai. And he's going to get a look at it here to square this contest up at 1 apiece.
94. Scott, you require 120.
And if he doesn't take it, Self is in a really good position to break. He's going to get a dart. The only problem is there is a lot in the way of this. But it seems to be the more a target's obscure, the better the chances he is of hitting. The 120 is his second ton plus checkout of the day, and he brings us back to terms at 1 apiece.
He does indeed, and Archie Self was behind, nodding his head, saying that's going to go. And the young man was correct.
The 120 joins the 112 in his ton plus catalogue of finishes. In fact, our ton plus catalogue is almost as big as that of the Littlewoods directory. They still do the Littlewoods catalogue.
77.
I don't know. I thought you were going to go even older and say the Yellow Pages.
Now, the Yellow Pages used to be a stool, didn't it, back in the day? If you couldn't reach anything, you put the Yellow Pages on the floor and you get in your tippy toes.
Well, I can go even further back than that, and you
59.
used to get strong men tearing the Yellow Pages in half to show how strong they were. They would tear them. My grandfather used to do it when every new Yellow Pages came out. He tried to tear the old one up. And then they started putting little metal spines in them so you couldn't tear them open. Very clever by the Yellow Pages.
That clever, they're no longer in existence.
Well, it's called 118 118 nowadays, isn't it? You can get what number you want from where.
Don't need that nowadays, just use Google. Campbell looking at the big fish, and he's got 6 of them here.
$60.
Suppose you don't really need Yellow Pages when you can ask Gay Eye.
Well, that's correct. But who's got whose number here? That's the question for me.
110.
Self puts on a little pressure. Treble 17. Double top.
90.
Campbell's after
Archie,
his second ton plus of the match. Didn't go. So now Self, he goes for his first.
94. Scott,
you like that route?
20.
Who gets it first? Double 10. Oh, nearly too close that. He's going to have a go from right at the left-hand side. He's going to have to go further left. And if he does, we're going to have to open the fire doors. He's right out there, isn't he?
No score.
Just caught the flight and went the wrong way.
Archie, you required 20.
210s is eventually found by Archie Self. A wry smile on his face. He goes 2-1 to the good and telling his older opponent exactly how it should be done.
Game on.
It's hold a throw for Self all the same. That's all he'll be concerned with.
And you get the sense as well, Scott, this third round of fixtures for the players that are on 2 points is really important. If Archie can win this, he's on to 4. He's in a really good position. But
100.
On the other side of the coin, Scott Campbell loses this match. He's only picked up 2 points from his opening 3 games. He leaves himself with work to do going into his final couple of matches of the session.
140.
Which is against Lars Erik Lingreen, and then prior to that, Tommy Lisman.
60.
Who we see next against Aaron Gill, who's the table topper, the only player to have amassed maximum points on this campaign so far.
140. 56. Scott, you require 100.
Tied up. It's that pesky double 10 again.
80.
And again, he clips it close to the wire.
$100.
Needed a
Scott,
140 to leave himself on a finish. And it would have been irrelevant anyway. That's a 14 darter. But eventually, Scott Campbell has found the route to double 10. And we're back on level terms again.
2-2. Throw first. Game on.
Desmond at the live lounge.
Yeah, good to see them both having a little bit of camaraderie and enjoying each other's company up there on the stage.
91.
You got to enjoy the time that you spend next to the people that you're forced to be with over the course of a few hours.
93.
And that is exactly what happens here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. No distractions, no friends, no family. It's just the 6 of them in the practice room.
100.
No phones, no nothing, no communication with the outside world.
139.
Another one leaves himself on the fish.
100.
And because he couldn't find, Archie Self has got 6 and 185 to put himself one away from a second consecutive victory, and he's gone some way about his business. 140, leaving himself on a single to double up to 12.
A tidy game going on here. Pair of 93 averages for them both. Really both enjoying
45.
the pace of each other. 5 for tops then for Self.
Game shot in the
takes it out.
Archie Self.
You would think that's an unusual double for to leave for the young man. He's not blessed with height like Jimmy Van Ski, is he? But it seems to be he really likes double top and kind of ends up going back there as feels like coming home. And you can't say he's not successful
49.
on it because he very much is. So he knows where he wants to be and continues to do so.
100.
Decent contest this, both players averaging in excess of 90 after 5 legs. Self 91.68,
96.
Campbell 92.25. But it's been the doubling, which has been ultra impressive for Archie Self. 3 from 4 on the outer ring. Campbell 2 from 9, but most of those misses were in that leg at double 10. And that ultimately has proved to be the difference between the two so far, with just a leg between them.
100. $43. Archie require 167.
So he's got 6 from here. Self.
57.
Once again, good use of the board to leave 110. And he needs 1 treble to get himself to a double.
$134. Archie
Good stuff from Campbell. The 110 now under severe pressure. Treble 17. Double top once
90.
more, and he goes under it this time. And
94.
the walk to the board with the eyes shut shows how close he thought he had that when it left his hand.
So this to take us all the way, double top. Because it's that close to the target, it's actually made it quite awkward for him.
54.
Well, those are 2 darts
Archie required 20.
as close to the top's target he could hit without finding. This to win it, and win it he does.
Game shot
And that's
and
the
the
second
match,
consecutive
Archie
win
Self.
for Archie Self. And Scott Campbell wants his darts. He is in a spot above and out, the former weekly champ. That's for Archie Self. He moves on to 4 points. He puts himself in position going into the final couple of matches of his day. Decent game that. Archie averaging just underneath the 90 mark, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing, but Campbell 2 from 11. That was where it went wrong for him. Coming up after the break, Tommy Lisman takes on Aaron Gill.
dreaming that he would win it, Eric Coulson.
Derek Coulson is Portsmouth's 5-star performer. In 26, he was ever so close to winning a tour card at Q School in January, but he's going to be a part of the Week 4 lineup, which also sees the likes of Jamie Owens. He's also won a week here in the past. Robbie Martin, a player improving all the time. Group B sees the return of Darren Webster after a 2-year absence from the Live Lounge, alongside the American Jim Widmeyer, one of Scott's old sparring partners in the BDO days, and Colin Osborne. And then in Group C, we're going to see the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, in action alongside Martin Turner and Jonathan Platt. The action is live for Monday morning here on Pluto TV and across our network of channels. And if you haven't done so already, you can download the Pluto TV app. It's available on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. You can take the action live on the move by downloading the Pluto TV app. We're at the midway stage of this afternoon here on the south coast of England, and we've got a meeting between Aaron Gill and Tommy Lisman. And if the Frill can win this, he'll be 3 wins out of 3. He'll be top of the table, have a 4-point gap temporarily at the top of Group C. I think it's Tommy Lisman who put in the performance of the session to start in getting the better of Lars-Erik Lingreen by 4-0. However, lost 4-1 to Archie Self in his second. Jekyll and Hyde in terms of his performances.
Tommy to throw first.
To kick off his first day.
On.
And he needs to find a big performance here, Scott, because if he loses this, Aaron Gill begins to race away with the group, and Lisman would find himself on the back foot.
131.
Yeah, before a dart was thrown, we were looking at this at the start and saying, you know, if Gill hasn't won a game up till here and then he drops on Lisman as well, in the form he's been in, we were thinking Gill was going to find it a very difficult day, but it's roles reversed here, really.
59.
It's Gill that's been on the ascendancy at the start of the day, and he's done all that he needed to do. He's come here with a bit of confidence and taken the confidence from winning and really powering on, and it's Lisman that finds himself in a spot of bother here. Really played well in his first game. Dropped off 93. By about 20 points in his second to compare to his first, and now he's the one that's looking that could be in a spot of bother here.
7.
Well, if the first time Aaron was here, he found himself a little bit green around the gills, where he's found a real purple patch.
100.
Here as he kicks off his second attempt at Super Series glory, but it's Lisman first to finish in this opening leg. And he's going to get time and space from this 118, 118. Has he got his number?
He has indeed.
Game shot in the first
And he goes the correct route as well. Nobody likes to see people going for treble 18 on 118.
Second leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
If you read a certain, or you listen or watch a certain TikTok, there's a young man on there, a referee
100.
called Owen Binks.
Never heard of him.
Used to be here. He really does insist strongly that you should never go for 18 first on
100.
118, because should you hit the treble, you have to hit another treble to leave a double. Causes you problems, so you
60.
have to go the treble 20 route, and Lisman executed it perfectly there in leg 1.
However, if you're taking advice off of Owen Binks, I would be
91.
questioning your life choices.
Well, you wouldn't be playing darts if you took his advice. You'd be going to
57.
concerts all over the place for bands that you never heard of.
Just booked some tickets today to go and see a band by the name of Kasabian.
Never heard of him.
100. Tommy, you recall 170.
Well, Gill was the underdog prior to the action getting underway today.
42.
But if Lisman loses this, he won't be a lost soul forever, but he will find himself in a bit of trouble.
60. Tommy, you require 128.
Didn't Kasabian come big by getting one of their tracks on a FIFA or something, wasn't it?
Yes, and one of their songs
48.
was the. In fact,
Aaron, you
the
require
current Sky
124.
Super Sunday track is a Kasabian song.
Was it called LSF or something?
That's the one. Lost Souls Forever.
31 left.
Strays the wrong side into the treble 11 there, Gill, leaving himself on 31. He's busted
No score.
for hitting the double
Tommy, you
15.
require 80.
Well, that was a categoric mess. Went for tots, but a rather half-hearted attempt. Played safe to guarantee the one at
60.
least.
Aaron, you require 124.
And Gill's back to the start.
Yeah, well, Lisman didn't profit there, did he?
Game shot in the second
What a
leg.
finish
Aaron
that is
Gill.
from the thrill from Gill.
Third leg is Tommy to throw first.
How many times do you see
Game
that?
up.
A player busts the score, then is allowed to come back and then takes the finish out. The 1-2-4 added to a pyramid of big finishes.
81.
Incidentally, Paul Nicholson used to walk out to Kasabian, Club Foot, which was also the Sky Sports Premier
60.
League soundtrack between 2009 and 2011.
Wow. I had one of those the other day. I twisted my ankle getting out of the tractor. I had a club foot.
92.
I had a club foot. I've been limping for weeks.
$180.
Well, the first maxi. In fact, it's not really been a day which has
44.
been littered with big scoring, really, has it? We've seen bits and bobs, but
91.
maybe I expected to see a little bit more.
Yeah, possibly.
100. Aaron, you require
It's a little bit like cash in the
170.
attic, isn't it? Sometimes there's profit, sometimes there's loss.
98.
I see somebody made big money on Bargain Hunt the other day.
180.
Maxi
Aaron, you
leads
require
double two.
72.
Pressure really is on Aaron Gill now. Double top for the break. 2-1.
Game shot in the third leg.
And with
Aaron
Tommy
Gill.
Lisman really breathing down his neck, you've got to give some real class there as to how Aaron Gill has been able to
Four-legged
take that
Aaron to
outlast
throw
dart in
first.
hand.
Game up.
Has kept that man under the pump.
Yeah, he really has. And
26.
with Lisman losing that game to Archie Self, it seems to affect his confidence a little bit. He's playing okay. You know, he's running a 92
140.
average here. He's playing more than okay. But you have to say, Aaron Gill has
100.
hit that 1-2-4 on the ball to go 1-1. Lisman hits a big 180 to leave double two to pressure the shot. 72 goes in one dart
128.
for Aaron Gill. He's 2 from 2 on doubles. 1 at the ball
95.
and 1 at double top. He's looking very good. His gander is up. There's no two ways about it.
63.
There's no peacockery about this fella, though, is he? Just gets on with the game, Aaron Gill.
You could say it's rather old school in terms of the
85. Tommy,
approach.
you require 170.
There's no histrionics about him. And Tommy Lisman's not exactly one that will start roaring in people's faces. Yeah, sometimes it could be a little bit
61.
maverick in terms of his approach play around the ball, but very cool, calm and composed
60. Tommy, you require 109.
as he looks to square the game up at 2 apiece. Treble 19 leads double 16.
49. Aaron, you require
He's himself in
135.
situ unless Gill can find a roof raiser. Treble 20 for the bull. Bull it is. Well, that would have been
87.
another
Tommy, you
skin-saving
require
checkout.
60.
Yeah, it would have been a tough bullseye. The way the flight was sitting in the dart before, it looked like it had deflection out of the ball written all over it, but he didn't get close enough to, or for us to see whether that did happen or not.
50. Aaron, you require 48.
Lisman now missing doubles and Gill on 48. You wouldn't bet against it here. That is tight.
Game
And
shot
that
the
is
fourth
in.
leg, Aaron Gill.
Gill rushes into a 3-1 lead here. Who saw this coming?
Is Tommy to throw first.
Well, I know that
Game
Aaron
on.
Gill had the darts in that previous leg, but that feels like a little bit of a pinch when you consider the position that Tommy Lisman found himself in.
100.
And you can see by the averages on there, 90 to 78. You can see why Lisman had a wry smile
60.
after leg 3. He's feeling a little bit hard done by here.
$45. $42.
And when you consider the scoring dominance that Tommy Lisman has had, the approach play has just been a little bit below par. He's only had 4 darts that are double in this game, but it's been as he's got himself around the finishing range where he's just made life a little bit awkward for himself.
60.
Well, both players have had a ton plus checkout in this game.
$55.
But the averages, well, I know Martin Adams isn't exactly a fan of them.
140.
Aaron Gill, 10 points worse off in that particular column, but he's 6 darts away potentially from winning this match.
81.
So I've got it for you, H. It's all about the W's, isn't it? Got to win games. Don't worry about the averages.
59. Tommy, you require 125. $59. Aaron, you require 140.
So this to wrap it up. Not to beat. Just put it high as you can.
100.
That'll do if
Tommy, you
Lisman
require
gives him another
66.
poke.
Sometimes goes bull route, Lisman, for 66. He hasn't done this time.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Tommy
Nicely
Lisman.
done by Lisman. Particularly when you've
Sixth
been
leg,
up against the
Aaron's away
cosh and lost
first.
3 on the
Game on.
trot. Bull route would have been a massive risk. So maybe he goes bull
85.
when he's in front or his other opponent isn't on a double. I have seen him go that route before.
Well, this all of a sudden you feel becomes Aaron Gill's
56.
biggest leg of the day. Holds here, he's 3 wins and 3, and he's just beaten the man that a lot of people thought would be the player to stop in this group. He'd give
85.
himself every single opportunity to get himself in situ overnight. However, he's broken. Lisman has the darts in the last as he finds his 2nd max of the contest.
Lisman has upped the pace of his game here just a tad. And that's
95.
kind of giving him a bit more impetus here. And it's made Gill throw a little bit quicker as well. And he doesn't look quite so comfortable throwing a little quicker.
39.
Lisman then noticeably took the pace out of his throw there and didn't quite throw so quickly. So ultimately didn't
94.
quite throw with the power and fell short of his target on a couple of occasions and went troubleless.
$56. Aaron, you require 142.
Comes up dry, but leaves himself on the big fish. And he's going to get a look at it to take us all the way.
38.
Do you fancy him
Tommy,
for the
you
fish?
require 170.
I do, actually.
Do you now? Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
133. Aaron, you require 104.
But wide with the last. And so Gill, well, he's presented Lisman with another chance to take us the
38.
distance.
Tommy, you require
Yeah, needed
37.
to make sure of the big number when you're going for those 104s, 105s, 103s, you've got to give yourself a chance with the second dart. The first one doesn't go well. Double 12 for Lisman.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
He goes 3-3 here, and you have to say he's hung in there well. Aaron Gill's throwing the kitchen sink at him.
7th and final leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
And Tommy has battled away, and he's still there, and it's
game on.
Trait that every dart player needs. You've got to be able to battle. It's winning those scrappy games sometimes can be the difference between being
100.
a winner and failing.
Ton to start. And effectively, it's forced Aaron Gill into a couple of big
95.
trebles, where as you were following 3 darts each.
Yeah, but 3-1 as a player,
91.
you fancy getting 1 leg before your opponent gets 3 on you.
85.
And it might just be one of those legs where both players maybe tiptoe, meander towards the finish. I'll tell you what, scrap that.
100.
Because Lisman's just piled in a 180 to leave himself on 130. And Aaron Gill may well be thinking as if he may have blown a big opportunity here.
45. Tommy, you require 130.
Yeah, Lisman doesn't have to do anything daft here, like going for the ball. .92 left. Needs the treble 20, but it's pretty much blocked. Can't go that way. Where's he heading to?
54.
Heads to the treble 16.
He's going to get a match start, or he should get a match start at least when he comes back. And he's got all the time in the world to see this off. He trailed 3-1 in this game. But now he's going to get a match start to win
56.
it. And he'll get 3 more when he returns.
Well, the 180, the last 180 of the 3 that he's hit in this match, turned the game on its head.
140.
It was all about timing in the last leg. And that's good pressure asserted. Gill can do no more.
Well, this will be a get-out-of-jail-free card for Tommy Lisman. He was in all sorts of trouble in this game. But if he misses this, he affords Aaron Gill 3 match darts.
No score.
And this is a 3 wins out of 3.
You require 36.
For the outsider of the 6.
27.
But he's spurt 3.
Tommy, you require 20.
I think you can see how that feels by the look on his face. He didn't throw it. He knows, did a ghost throw on the way back past the table. Just wanted to throw it normally. Lisman, surely his experience takes over now. It does.
Game
he
shot
hits
and
the double
match,
10.
Tommy Lisman.
Our referee, George Baker, confirms it. Not quite as quickly as Tommy Lisman confirmed it. He knew it was there. Points at the dart to say it was in. Little giggle and a laugh with our referee and Aaron Gill. Tidy little match-up, that one. All the way 4-3. We head into a short break. And on our return, we have Lewis Gurnie taking on... I've got Lewis Gurnie on my list. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you have just joined us, you missed a classic, a 4-3. Tommy and Lisman just edging out Aaron Gill. And as you can see, Lewis Gurnie here in Game 9 is not playing against himself. He's actually playing Lars-Erik Lingreen, which is now in my sheet, which wasn't there before the break. So many apologies for that. Lewis Gurnie
First leg is Lewis to throw first.
started well today,
Gamer.
taking on Archie Self, winning 4-3. But went down 4-0 to Scott Campbell in his second
40.
game. This is now his third game. He'll be wanting to win this one. Lingreen, he also lost 4-0 in his first game
43.
to Lisman, who was crack on form then. And then he lost 4-2 to Aaron Gill. So Lingreen is looking to get off the
94.
mark. And Gurnie is looking to stay in touch with the group leaders.
41.
I know you've got a load of highlighters, Scott, but have you got the dot and dab pen?
28.
What, for bingo?
Well, for Lewis Gurnie, he probably thought after winning his first game, bingo, when he beat Archie Self by 4 legs to 3.
140.
But a disappointing 4-0 loss to Scott Campbell, a game in which he missed 10 darts at a Dublin, has given him some food for thought.
140.
For this, a little bit more like it for Lingreen. He's the only player yet to pick a point up in this Group C.
60.
And you get the sense, even at this early stage of the group, his chances of making it through to Saturday probably hinge on getting a
85.
result in this particular contest, as Gurnie leaves himself on a finish first in this opening leg.
97. Lewis, you require 114.
Double top
94.
doesn't
Lars-Erik
go,
Gilbert,
and so
120.
Lingreen looking at Shanghai.
He did the right
60.
thing with the first dart
Lewis,
for me,
you require
Henry. He
20.
stayed straight, gave himself an opportunity with the second.
Game shot in the first leg.
But
Lewis
opportunity is
Gurnie.
now over as Lewis Gurnie takes the leg in 19 darts.
Second leg is Lars-Erik to throw first. Game on.
Had to have a little wait from game 5
60.
as Lewis Gurnie, where he lost 4-0 to Scott Campbell, which was a really sort of scrappy game. And he had 10 darts at a double in that leg
45.
in game, and he didn't get a leg. And so he's had to wait from game 5 now to game 9 to try and put those wrongs right. And as a player, that's very frustrating
23.
to have to sit in the back room, because you'll start throwing at the doubles in the back room. They'll all be falling in. You'll have no problem. And you just can't wait to get back out here and
100.
put it right.
Worst Dolly Parton tribute ever, that 5-9.
It's the time that most get to work, though.
59.
Especially if they're working 9 to 5. You get there at 5 to 9, don't you?
60.
That's what time the alarm clock should go off.
22.
You don't want to know what time my alarm clock goes off, my mate.
That's because you haven't got an alarm clock. You've got chickens to do that for you.
58.
Yes. I have. And it's called an alarm chicken. Because it's only the males ones that make the noise, remember?
80.
$157 for
28.
Lingreen.
Lars-Erik, you got 157.
Is it time for him to really hit the straps?
42. 58. Lars Erik, you require 115.
Well, to give himself a foothold, he's only won a couple of legs so far today.
58 left.
One of them was of a 1-2-4.
95.
He ain't going to get another
Lewis, you
big
require
one.
152.
Not quite now, anyway. Gurnie, another one of them. Unable to get. And so Lingreen will get 3 more double 10.
116. Lars Erik, you required 20.
What he did there, Gurnie, with the last start.
Game shot in the second leg. Lars Erik Lindgren.
I did like what he did. I did like what he did there with the last start, Gurney. Didn't
ladies
get back
Lewis
to
for
it though, but I
first game.
like the board management.
60. $60. 100. 85.
Welcome to Happy Hour here at the Super Series.
100.
It's nice to be back in your company, Scott.
It's nice to be back, Henry. It's nice to be back.
And the good news is we're back tonight
60.
together, tomorrow afternoon together, tomorrow night together. And then we're back next week together as well.
I thought we were trying to attract
100.
viewers here. No, can't wait. Can't wait. Always enjoy the Super Series. Love being here.
59. Lewis, you require 141.
1-4-1 and plenty of time for Gurney, unable to get. Manages to pick off the ball though with dart 2. 70 scored, 71 left. Was looking for the treble 13 to leave himself double 16. Will return for 65.
Again, like that play from
97.
Gurney. I like that.
Lewis, you require 65.
Even though he hit 6 with his last start, he's still there. Went for the 33 for 32.
45. Lars Erik, you require
That last start a little bit before he was ready, didn't he? It was a bit rushed.
That's been the miss for Gurney. Low. Stays there just underneath for the second treble, which would have given him a go at double
Lewis,
10.
you require
The
20.
target that Gurney wants.
Game
Well, there's
shot
no
in the third
mistake
leg,
about that
Lewis
one. Smack
Gurney.
bang in the middle of the bed. And Gurney 2-1 up and halfway towards a second win.
Fourth leg is Lars Erik to throw first. Game on. $66.
Good recovery with the last start there from Lingreen, but he needs to find something
60.
here. He needs to straighten those darts up. He's got to find his line and length and be like a fast bowler.
59. $140.
I think what's going to ache Lewis Gurney more than anything is he knows that the game is there,
97.
but there's just been no kind of consistency at all today. Which is what he alluded to in his pre-match interview, didn't he? That he knows there's
55.
still a level in the locker, but he just doesn't know when it's going to come out or not.
No, absolutely. I think that's where his game is at the moment.
140. $30. Lars Erik, you got 139.
Well, 6 darts from here for Lingreen to take us to an equilibrionic point in this match.
91.
Good find with the last. He's himself on 48.
58.
I think there's a little
Lars
bit
Erik,
more
you require
forward motion
48.
with the Lewis Gurney throw here at the minute. He's going with the dart a little bit more than usual.
38.
He's always had that kind
Lewis,
of
you require 158.
little lurch with the throw, like a little Henderson Rocks type thing. But today it looks to be a little bit bigger than usual, and he's going a little earlier with the rock than usual. It just doesn't quite look as fluid as usual today. And obviously not seeing him lots and that often. I don't know whether that's a trait that's come into his game. And
I think it's Lewis to throw first. $60.
So best of 3 dust up. As we focus our eyes on Lars-Erik Lingreen,
140.
who's looking for his first win of the day. Here's the rock. Can you smell it?
60.
Talking about what's cooking, Scott Campbell's going to be on in our next game against Tommy Lisman.
26.
But in terms of Lewis Gurnie, an action like that, everything has to be pinpoint. Everything has to be perfect.
96.
Just the smallest bit being off is going to see a big deviation, isn't there?
yeah, the whole timing has to be correct. But Lou's
59.
been great at it. He really has been great at it for a decade now, since his youth days.
43.
It's just a case of finding that bit of belief that goes with it, and then it all just comes into place. But when you're not quite on it, you
137.
it can just look a little bit out of sorts. And at times today, there are throws that look absolutely
60.
spot on and nailed on.
Eric, you require 139.
And there are times that it doesn't look to be quite gelling as it usually does. But he's just got to persist with it. It's how he's always thrown. It's not a criticism in any way, shape or form. It's just
64.
more of a notice, really. More noticing that it's not quite been right.
140.
Nothing wrong with that, you see.
75.
Not so much lurch, not so much movement, not so much haste either.
Perhaps a survivor dart at tops.
Game shot in the fifth
The
leg.
Lingreen finds and he gets the break. He leads 3-2, one away from victory. And it would mean that following the end of 3 rounds worth of play,
game on.
You'd have Archie Self, Aaron Gill and Tommy Lisman on 4 points. Scott Campbell, Lewis Gurnie and Lars-Erik Lingreen each on 2.
55.
You'd have a uniformity about the table split into 2 halves.
45.
And of course, this is only session 1 of the day. We're back for 10 more matches tonight, me and Scott. And I hope you can join us too across the Pluto TV network.
85.
Busy day of darts, so once we're done, the Premier League's on. Once the Premier League's done, you can watch us. Non-stop darts.
60.
All day, all night. So around about 1:30, I reckon, we'll be off air tonight.
134.
Which means we've got the best part of 14.5 hours in each other's company today.
140.
Yeah, and I look forward to it now for a good month.
$100.
Well, Lingreen on 127 to win the game, to seal a 4-2 win and to get his first win on the board. He's got 6 darts from here to do exactly that. And for Lewis Gurnie, he knows that an opportunity to really put himself in play in this group looks as if it's come to pass.
59.
Only 59, which is punishable with a 2 treble turn here.
100. Lars-Erik, you require 68.
Not quite got the 2 treble turn on it, but got himself in to distance. Really got to go 11 ball here. We're going, he sat on 116. Okay, no. 21 for tops. Risky
Lewis,
move.
160.
He's basically saying, doesn't believe Gurnie can hit this. And it looks like he was right.
100. Lars-Erik,
Left
you
himself on a
require
double,
40.
though, if this isn't converted. He's had a match dart, and now he's got 3 more at the top target on the board. Now down for 10s. Double 5. One left.
35.
Pulls it low.
Lewis, you require
Gurney back to
16.
take us the distance. One more, and the target's obscured.
Game shot.
But the
and a six
target's
leg,
found to the
Lewis
top
Gurney.
corner, and we're going to go all the way. Gurney has the darts. Having seen his opponent, Lars-Erik Lingreen,
final leg
miss
is Lewis
4
to throw first.
opportunities to depose him.
Yeah, and when you're chasing your first
58.
win of the day, that can happen. The things that you find oh so simple once you've got a couple of wins under your belt become very, very difficult
28.
indeed. The longer it goes on that you chase that win. You can say all you like about a darts hockey, but it can be a lonely,
59.
lonely place when it's not going quite how you wished it to go.
You could see Gurney just
59.
pontificating with oneself in the background. That's a really good last start, all things considered.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing there. Stepped back, had a really little look, and decided to recompose himself.
41.
Was not happy with that second dart. The good thing was it was still in the 20. And it looks like he's refocused well here.
35.
As Gurney, double treble visits on his last 2 attempts have left Lingreen back on 373.
41. Lewis, you require
Gurney now
109.
comes in for this 109 to take the match 4-3. Treble 18. Needs a treble 18 again. That first dart is
41.
awkward and blocking. Gurney shakes his head. He's really disappointed, but he's got nothing to be disappointed about. His opponent back on
78.
3-3-2.
Lewis, you require 68.
That score there would be a dream for him.
Game shot and the match.
Nicely
Lewis
finished, the
Gurney.
68. Not the normal route. I thought he hit tops with the second dart. Slightly blocked from our camera vision. But Gurney will be pleased. He goes to 2 wins out of 3. He won't worry about the average. 50% on the checkout success is what he's got to take from that. We go for a short break, and when we return, we have Scott Campbell taking on Tommy Lisman.
Welcome back. The action in Group C has headed to the end of the third round, and before the break we saw Gurnie get the better of Lars-Erik Lingreen by 4 legs to 3. So this is how the table looks. Now it's fairly tight. 4 players tied at the top on 4 points. Self, Gill, Lisman, Gurnie all having won 2 from 3. Scott Campbell, the other player on the board. Lars-Erik Lingreen is the only player yet to win a game so far this afternoon. Now, you may have seen a couple of games ago that we released next week's players. Now, we can tell you there's been a change to the lineup over the last hour or so. Martin Turner has been given the jump up to Group A following the withdrawal of Romeo Gerbovac of Croatia. And Tom Lonsdale is going to come into play in Group C. The action getting underway Monday morning from 9:30 here on Pluto TV. So, game number 10 is a meeting between Scott Campbell and Tommy Lisman. The bookies had these 2 of the top 3 in the betting before a dart was thrown. Lisman was the 6-4 favourite to go on and win this group. Scott Campbell 13-5 second favourite to go on and be the top placed player come the end of 10 matches apiece. For this game 10 of this afternoon, and for Scott Campbell, he finds himself in a position where you feel like he has to win this game. If he does, 5 players will be on 4 points
81.
going into the next couple of matches. If he loses it, he's got a lot of work to do, Scott, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, and I think he's going to have to win every game, it feels, you know, but he's kind of not quite doing that at the minute.
85.
He's not been the usual Scott Campbell. We know just over an 81 average in his first match.
121.
73 in his second. Did have a 90 in his third, but came to the clutches of Archie Self, who also had a 90 plus. So for me, he's got to be more like that last game against Archie Self. And you're still in the lap of the gods with this Group C. We know it's a good Group C. We know that the players
41
have levels in this group. At the moment, it's just 1 or 2 struggling to find them.
Well, Tommy's hoping to get himself off the leash man
48.
in this game. Wins this, he's very much in situ.
83.
Campbell wins this. He may feel like he's got off scot-free following his poor start to the session.
$96. Tommy, you require 156.
156. Not on offer, Campbell. Looking at the 150.
88. Scott, you require 150. $86. Tommy, you
finds the
require
ball with the
68.
last to leave himself on 64 if Lisman can't convert. For the break, for an instant foothold. Double top it is.
28.
Double top is high.
Scott, you require 64.
So that bullseye's made all the difference this visit here from Campbell. He's going to get a double here, and it's going to be double 16.
32.
And it's right
Tommy,
on
you
the
require
wire.
40.
The story of his day so far, really.
Game
Lisman
shot the
takes
first leg,
tops.
Tommy Lisman.
In 1 dart. It's a 19 dart breaker throw, and that'll be disappointing
Second leg is Tommy to throw
for
first.
Scott Campbell to hear.
Come on.
As you mentioned, Scott Campbell is suffering from a highly infectious disease
128.
known as Miss Double-itis. 2 from 5 in his opening game against Aaron Gill. Even in the game he won, he was 4 from 10. But 2 from 11 in his game against Archie South was his
92.
unravelling in the previous.
Yeah, and you're fully aware of it as a player as well, so it does drag your spirit down a little bit.
140.
Also, the players around you that have been watching the games will be knowing that you're not quite hitting your doubles as well, and that gives them a little bit of a G up and a spur on when they actually come to play you and you're their opponent.
$131.
Really good setup turn that. Lisman must feel like he's got full control of this contest, or beginning to get full control of this game. 6 darts and 102.
96. Tommy, you require 102.
To go 2 to the good. May get it done in 3. This will be his 3rd ton plus checkout.
66.
For double 18 goes a begging. Campbell riposts.
174.
With a 174.
36.
And all of a sudden, this double 18 is under all heaps of pressure. All heaps of pressure.
No score.
And the
Scott,
pressure's
you require
told.
16.
Well, he did it with his last visit of the last leg and didn't get back, did Campbell. Has to make sure that he hits now that he's got back. That one's wide and handsome.
Game
That
shot the
one's
second
in,
leg,
the
Scott
double.
Campbell.
That's a little discussion with Dart 2 to say, where were you off to?
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, Tommy Lisman must be thinking, how did I let that leg slip? Because he was in full control. But Campbell, the 174 setup turn, forced
62.
the issue. And forced the issue effectively. And a game which the man from Hull should be leading 2-0 is a match that's all square at 1 apiece.
100.
Yeah, and that's kind of a hugely disappointing visit for Scott Campbell. First up, when he hit the treble 20, and then 2 single ones.
134.
Made up for it again this time. But it just offered Lisman a little bit of hope, didn't it? When you stray as a player
41.
and you're stood behind as an opponent and you're watching, your honest feeling is, I'm going to make you pay for that. I'm going to make you pay for the stray. And
90.
9 times out of 10, players do at this level.
Problem Lishman's got here is Campbell's just
100.
beginning to fight. It's not his grade A stuff, but he's finding something that's tangible.
140.
Big visit from Campbell again into the short stuff.
140. Scott, you require 75.
Lisman does similar. 18 for double top.
55.
Just
Tommy, you require
underneath.
120.
Lisman then to pick his pocket and do exactly what Campbell has just done to him.
100.
Caught the flight,
Scott,
didn't
you
he?
require
Caught the
20.
flight.
That's probably the perfect distance
Game shot
away.
the third
And the
leg,
proof's in
Scott
the pudding there
Campbell.
with the fine with Dart 2. Scott Campbell probably should have been 2-0 down in this match.
Fourth leg is
He's now
Tommy
2-1 to the
throw
good
first.
as both
Game
players
on.
disconsolately shake their heads ahead of leg 4.
We used to have a little stat back in the day, in the BDO days, on your Super League sheets and
49.
county sheets. Tons per leg average. And we used to all aim for like 3 tons per leg, and then whatever happened after that, whatever happened. But if you ever
131.
finished an end of a county season or a Super League season on 3 tons a leg, it was really rare. When you think about the modern day
100.
game now and how everybody's in that treble 20 like mad, it's still very difficult over a season to average 3 ton visits per leg. And the problem with it now
100.
is the fact that the darts are thinner, So you're not just hitting tons, you're hitting 140s. So sometimes there's less opportunities to hit 3 tons in a leg.
78.
Because you've hit a couple of 140s.
Well, for the world number one, you're disappointed that you've not finished the leg in 3 visits.
Well, yeah, there will be a day where just 9 darters will be the norm. I firmly believe that. I mean, we're seeing more of them and more of them. Ironically, there was not one at the PDC World Championships this year. And then I think there were 2 or 3
Scott, you require
at Q School. 3-4 days later. On what are reportedly lesser players.
Oh, double 5.
125.
Just low.
Tommy, you
Forget about 9 darters. It's all about the 138. Only the greats hit a finish like that.
We do indeed.
98. Scott, you require 5.
And the red trousers come out for the next 20 years. Nicely done there from Campbell. He now goes into a 3-1 lead, and Lisman looks to the heavens.
5th leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Looks to the prophets. Looks to the pharaohs. But they won't help you. I've tried.
100.
Can't believe he's here at 3-1 down, can he?
Should have been 2-0 up, and now he finds himself 2 legs down. And Campbell throwing to win the contest.
56.
And Lisman's come up dry. And all of a sudden, this man is in the box seat. Very much in the box seat.
140.
And you've got to give him credit. There's more zip, more pep in his step, and a bit more authority about the darts he's throwing.
Do you think the guys in the back room kind of maybe seen who the favourite was today, and it's put a little bit of pressure on Lisman and of course put a little bit of impetus on the rest of them, knowing that he was the favourite to win?
I'll be honest, I don't think it matters who Scott Campbell's playing. I think he's just seen red, frustrated as to what's happened so far today, and he's decided to go hell for leather.
135.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I think that's what really great players do. They all of a sudden start to own the situation.
99.
Now that set-up play from Tommy Lisman may look a little bit maverick, but it's absolutely spot on the money. It gave him a chance at the fish, which he couldn't find. And so Campbell returning for 62 to win it 4-1. Match starting coming. And he's doing everything in his power to leave double 18.
44.
But he cannot find on that
70.
occasion.
Yeah, a bit of drops here on the double 18. He'll return for double 9. If this 70 doesn't go with Lisman, 20 for tops. It's a nice marker. He's just got to throw to the left of it.
30.
Didn't happen.
Scott,
gives it the thumbs
18.
up. Rather frustrated with that dart. And now it's all about Campbell and double 9.
Game shot.
He nestles it in the bottom corner. On another day that misses. That's just been Lisman's luck in this match today. Scott Campbell wins it. 4 legs to 1. Takes a sip of his drink and job done. He's now back in the mix with that. Just shy of a 90 average for both players. Good little mix up there. When we return, we have Lars-Erik Lingreen taking on Archie Self after the break.
Game number 11 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Port Savannah. Has been a day for players throwing first because 9 of the 10 previous matches have all gone with the player who has thrown first in games. And so that may well be an omen for Lars-Erik Lingreen, the only player yet to pick a point up on this Thursday afternoon. He takes an Archie Self, who could become the first player onto 6 points in this Group C. As far as the table is concerned, 5 of the 6 players all on 4, with the exception of the Norwegian.
First leg
For Archie Self, this is a great opportunity to put himself in the box seat in this group ahead of Aaron Gill's meeting with Lewis Gurnie in the final match of the 4th round. For Lingreen, he missed a handful of chances to get the better of Lewis Gurnie last time out, and he's only had the one game to put things right ahead of his meeting with the teenager.
100.
Yeah, 3 matchups this week. It's 2-1 in the favour of Archie
57.
Archie won on Monday and Wednesday. Lars getting the better of Archie on that day that he played so well on Tuesday. He won 4 out of his 5 matches and really showed us a little bit of what he was about. Once he started winning, he got the momentum and knew how to win. The downside for him today is 9 wins out of 10 on the start. The unfortunate news for Lars is he was the one that lost having the start.
60. Lars-Erik, you require 120.
However, he may well get off to a start here. 120 to take out leg 1. Not to beat. And so
60.
Archie has a chance here
164.
on the 164 to get himself up and running and able to get. And so Lingreen's going to get, well, he should get a couple of darts at tops here.
Lars-Erik, you require 60. But
a couple of chances have come to pass. And his opponent is going to get a dart double 13. And he'd be thankful of that because the bullseye was blocked, but any which way couldn't find.
20. Archie, you required 26.
Lingreen's beginning to get chances, but he's been unable to take advantage. Well, you could see that dart was really dodgy because of the double 13 attempt. One more, a double 2. He wasn't going to mess that opportunity up. He isn't going to pass that one by. Lingreen, 1 up.
Second leg, it's Archie to throw first.
Would you like the answer to the tungsten teaser, Scott?
Love the answer to the tungsten teaser.
So the question was, how many players have played at the Live Lounge and have played in the Premier League?
60.
The correct answer to that question is 16 players. Now, those players are
58.
Peter Manley, Mark Durbridge, John Part, Raymond van Barneveld played at the Live
59.
Lounge in the Seniors Champion of Champions. Terry Jenkins, Adrian Lewis, Mervyn King,
140.
Jelle Klassen, Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton, Kevin Painter, Robert Thornton, Wes Newton,
43.
Glenn Durrant, Luke Littler, and Jan van Veen.
96.
That was exactly 16. Well done.
100.
And there'll be
Archie, you require
another
114.
tungsten teaser later on tonight.
74.
I'm sure the watchers of the Horse and Hound will be very pleased with that outcome.
Archie here leaving himself on top to square up, but it's going to be under pressure as Lingreen finds a lesser spotted Maxa himself.
Game shot.
But credit has to go where credit's due. He was put under maximum pressure there, Archie Self, And then he pins the tops first time. One apiece.
Third leg is Lars Erik to throw first.
Yeah, lovely.
Game on.
180 there from Lingreen to really put the pressure on. But again, a lot of youngsters,
59.
that would have got to them, not Archie Self. He knows exactly what he's up to. He's been in these situations. He looks a happier
100.
player today as well.
And there's two different commodities, isn't there, Scott? There's A, having ability, but B, being able to
60.
withhold and withstand things when you're put under the utmost pressure. And that was exactly what Archie Self was able to do there.
140.
Like one of the Premier League gets underway tonight in Newcastle. Two debutants this year in Jan van Veen and Josh Rock.
59.
Josh Rock actually opens up the show against Johnny Clayton. Luke Littler takes on Jan van Veen in a rerun of the World Final. Luke Humphries takes on
97.
Gezi Price, and Stephen Bunting takes on Michael van Gerwen. Struggling to look past Luke Littler for tonight, Scott?
121.
I think with the Premier
Archie
League, you
require
struggle to look past Luke
164.
Littler for every night. I think it just depends, I think, what his build-up is and what his exhibition sort of
124.
schedule is leading into it. And I just hope he's being sensible with that, and his new management company are managing him. I just don't want him to burn out at the age of 18, 19. We don't want to see
59.
burnout for him.
Archie
And,
require 40.
you know, he's such a hot commodity.
Tops it is. Now double 10.
Game
Double
shot
10
in the third
found.
leg. Archie Self.
That breakdown has been correlating for him today. If Tops hasn't been up to press, then double 10
Fourth leg
has
is
been
Archie to throw first.
a
Game
very capable second prize for him. And he leads 2-1 with a break in hand.
on.
Yeah,
57.
going back to the Premier League, we've seen a couple of the sort of bigger time players going, you know, these guys are playing each other at the top end of the table so often now because there's
45.
so many tournaments. The bigger players, the MVGs, the Gary Andersons, are starting to speak out about it. Even though Gary
93.
doesn't really want the Premier League, he still feels that the top players play each other too often, so it's not quite as exciting for
100.
the fans that watch. And I kind of tend to agree that if you had little boxing matches and the same boxers were bashing up the same boxers
97.
so many times in a year, I have to say it wouldn't be interesting, would it?
In terms of the 8 that are in the Premier League, when you look at the 4 players that could make the playoffs, as Lingreen finds, well, it's the second max of the match. Who are the 4 you look at and think they've got playoff material?
134.
Well, you're looking at the 2 Lukes immediately, aren't you? And I'm probably looking at Jan van Veen, but Jan having a really tough start to his Premier League life,
Archie require
having to take on
120.
Littler. It's 20 for Tops here for Self. Talking about another little teenager here. Tops up.
Game
Nicely
shot in the fourth
done.
leg. Archie Self.
And he adds that to the 120 that he hit yesterday in similar
Fifth leg is
fashion.
Lars Erik to throw first. Game on.
However, one would argue that for Jan, taking on Littler in the first game, yes, it's a baptism of fire, but at least you get it out of the way with.
180.
That's a third 180 for Lars Erik Lingreen in this game.
100.
And now Archie Self's getting in on the act.
Just looking back about that 120 that Archie Self hit, and he hit one yesterday in Wednesday's games in Group A, and
32.
ironically, that was against Lars Erik Lingreen as well. So he's feeling that Archie really is throwing with a bit of freedom against him. Here we go. Is this another one? He was smiling before he even threw it.
180.
Well, that's number 4. To put it in perspective, prior to this game,
93.
Jan
Lars
had
Erik,
1.
You require 109.
well, this is to save the match. 52 left. Tops
69.
doesn't go.
Archie, you require
Self had the 120 in the previous leg. Can he wrap it up with the 128? Trouble 20 and the ball to do so. Not this time.
63. Lars Eric, you require 40. Game shot in the 5th leg. Lars Eric
Well,
Lingreen.
that's a 14 data for Lars Eric Lingreen to bring it back to 3-2 and to force Archie Self to serve
Sixth
it
leg
out
is
in
Archie
this,
to throw
the
first.
6th leg of the
Game on.
contest.
40. $123.
If he'd hit that 180 there, he would have had half of his total for the week in one match, or at least half the total he had prior to the day in one match.
140.
Yeah, and he'd been set on 5, and I think player 180s for most of the match goes, I think it's Dubbridge
40.
against Newton, when Dubbridge had 7. So he would have been on 5 had that one dropped in.
58.
Two former Premier League players who have played at the Live Lounge.
Ooh, tungsten teaser.
59.
Don't worry, we'll have another one tonight.
180.
Well, that is maxi number 6 of the game. And it could well be the score which puts Archie Self on the cusp of a 4-2 win, which will put it to the top of the group. That was almost number 5 for
Archie, you
Lingreen.
require 83.
For this to put the cap on it. Not to appear because
43. Lars Eric,
he
you
hit
require
big in the previous turn.
139.
Lingreen's looking at 139. Which is not up to the task of, and so
59.
Archie Self is going to
Archie, you
return
require
looking at double
40.
top to complete a 3rd win of the day. Double 10.
Game
Wraps
shot
it up.
and the match. Archie
And
Self.
Archie Self moves on to 6 points. He puts himself in a really good position going into his final match of Thursday. We talk a lot here about reset mentality, and that is exactly what Archie Self has done. An average in excess of 91. He took out the 120. Proficient finishing from the 16-year-old. Coming up next, Aaron Gill takes on Lewis Gurnie. Welcome back, and we are here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, and we have got game 12 for you, and it is Lewis Gurnie against Aaron Gill. It is the Lancer against the Frill. It's 12 on our bill. Scott Mitchell, can you fill till the first dart goes in?
Well, on this day in history, no, I'm only joking.
First leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game up.
Well, your good cheer word, you did fill to the first dart, which Aaron Gill is going to throw in anger. 4 points to his name. The winner of this contest will move on
45.
to 6 and join Archie Self on that mark after he got the better of Lars Erik Lingreen by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Decent performance from Archie,
60.
averaging over 91 in that contest. 4 from 10 on his doubles, including a 120 checkout.
93.
But for both players, they know a massive opportunity is on the horizon here. For Aaron Gill, if he loses this, you feel like the gains he made early on have been for now.
140.
For Lewis Gurnie, if he can move on to 6 points, I think he'll be over the moon with that when you consider how today has gone at points.
85. $59.
I think Gurney has a bit of a point to prove here.
100.
A win here for him.
140.
Put him in the mix. Sit at the top of the tree with Archie Self.
50.
So
Lewis, you require 102.
could have a point where the 2 young men in the group could be the 2 table toppers at the
86.
time.
Aaron, you require 128.
Another dart goes astray for Gurney.
Oh, hello.
118.
Goodbye.
Lewis, you require 16. No score.
Oh, I didn't want that.
Aaron, you require 10.
He dropped it forward, but not overhanded.
Game shot.
That
the
went
first leg,
forward
Aaron
overhanded
Gill.
and straight in the double 2. And Gurney had an opportunity to break there.
Second leg is Lewis to throw first.
Didn't make the most of it. And once again, Aaron Gill says thank you very much
100.
and tidies up. How often have we been able to say that today, Henry?
No.
80.
Well, that's mightily unlucky from Aaron Gill. And you look at this group, and I don't think we'll get a full picture as to actually where we stand until
49.
we get to the end of game 15. Now, usually by now you can kind of paint a picture as to who's had a good day, who's had a poor day, but
55.
everything, with the exception of Lars Erik Lingreen down the bottom without a point to his name, it's all been very tight, and it's been very difficult
60.
to separate one another. It's been cigarette paper kind of stuff.
58. $140. $68. Lewis, you require 152.
So Gurney looking for 2 treble 20s. A bit low on the first one. Catches the flight.
58.
Had to move. Turns the corner and leaves himself 94. He's going to be coming back. His
45.
Gill hasn't
Lewis,
left
you require
himself a shot.
94.
So 6 from here to level it up. 91 to be treble 17 now.
54.
Double top, and he almost recovered that first mistake. Although that's being harsh to say that that was a mistake hitting the treble 3. It was right next door to
24.
the treble 18,
Lewis,
but he
you require
returns for
40.
tops now.
Game shot in the second leg.
Still
Lewis
knowing that he had
Gurney.
6. Only takes 1. It's a 19 dart holder throw.
Third leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
Gill
Game
wasn't
up.
even in the same street or the same postcode.
60.
I mean, usually if you're not in the same street, you're not in the same postcode. But anyway.
I'll ignore that remark.
91.
As far as Archie Self is concerned, someone's knocking at the door, someone's ringing the bell, but he
81.
doesn't know who is going to be joining him on the 6-point street.
140.
Just about held on there, didn't it? From Gurnie.
41.
Good point management. Obviously roughed them up a little bit, so they held on. Wasn't totally ready to let go. Good thing that he didn't. It's just about the release point, isn't it? He's just
100.
trying so hard. He's trying to make sure so you release a fraction too late. And then all of a sudden you're dragging the dart
85.
down. And
Lewis, your call 170. $44.
Well, that's probably a demonstration about, or demonstration, shall I say, of the sometimes erraticness that we have seen for Lewis Gurnie. And that 140 there for Aaron Gills left himself on a 2-darter. Gurnie needs a dart at the treble to leave himself a dart at the bull. And the bull he looks at. And the bull he
Game shot on
gets.
the third leg, Lewis Gurnie.
The bullseye he gets for a second tub plus check out of the breaker throw. Credit goes where credit's due. He was under all sorts there.
Fourth
But
leg is
Gurney's
Lewis
found
to
the
throw
priceless
first.
break to lead 2-1.
Game on.
yeah, and I like the way he stepped back and had a bit of a look at it, you know, and didn't rush it.
121.
I wish he'd stop being so hard on himself because he's not having lots of darts that are bad darts. But every one that
100.
seems not to go into a treble 20 for him, it seems to be a problem for him. Come on, Lou, you know better than that.
140.
That's great stuff from him.
Average now in excess of 19. You just get the sense he's getting
40.
on top of Aaron Gill now.
$94. $41. Lewis, you require 146.
Well, needed a couple of them to give himself a dart double 16.
42.
Not quite cleaned it up. But it only really matters if Aaron Gill can hit all three here, but he's not going to.
100. Lewis, you require 104.
So still plenty of time to move 2 clear. Triple 18 leads in double 16.
72.
And that would have been back-to-back tub plus finishes for Lewis Gurnie.
Yeah, it would have been, and he's still going to come back for double 16. Gill needs a big 20 at the
60.
worst here
Lewis, you require
to leave
32.
himself 160. That's an awkward dart. That's an even more awkward
No
dart.
score.
And that's
Aaron, you
really
require
unlucky.
160.
Really unlucky. And now
140. Lewis, you
Gill
require
has
32.
really
Game
put the
shot on
pressure
fourth
on.
leg, Lewis Gurnie.
Pressure's for tyres, says Lewis Gurnie. So he takes the 32 and goes 3-1.
Fifth leg is
Just
Aaron
as
to
Aaron
throw
Gill was
first.
asking the
Game on.
question. And now he throws to stay in this contest.
140.
And I just wonder whether if he loses this game, there may well be a sense of panic stations beginning to creep in because he won each of his opening 2 in this
57.
session. But a defeat here would mean back-to-back losses, having been beaten 4-3 by Tommy Lisman in his
140.
last. For Lewis Gurnie, I think you'd have to give credit because he would have eked out everything he possibly
121.
could have to get to 6 points if he's able to win this match from this position, in which he should.
60. $140. Aaron, you got
Good response from Gurney. Puts himself again in touch and in the same street.
60.
Hence the same postcode.
Zip it.
Yes. 95. Aaron, you require 101.
Well, Pickoff leaves himself on a 2-darter. double 18 though to reduce the gap to 3-2.
83.
Not to beat
Lewis, you
Gurnie.
require 88.
Should at the end of this at least get a dart at the bullseye to win. He gets the bonus of 2 at double 14. Now double 7.
81. Aaron, you require
Yeah, that one would
80.
hurt. It'd be the first one at double 14 that would have
Shot in
hurt.
the fifth leg, Aaron Gill.
Rushed it a little bit, didn't step back, didn't give it the look.
Sixth leg is Lewis to throw first. Game on. $59.
And that's kind of a sign of the disappointment from the leg before from Gurnie. A non-treble visit.
140.
Duly punished by Gill, who has the momentum going into this leg.
100.
Better from Gurnie. Last dart ton, better from him. It means that Gill has to hit.
45.
And he doesn't. So a double treble visit here can get the leg back in his hands, and he has a 180 just to boot. Timing perfect from Gurnie. Sat on no finish, but he won't worry
45.
about that with only another 45 coming in from Gill.
Yeah, Gurney was sat on a pre-bogey number on 3-4-2.
80 scored.
Moving a maximum turn when leaving on a finish.
97.
Well, leaves himself on 65 when he comes back to wrap this up by 4 legs to 2 to move him on to 6 points.
39. Lewis, you
And he
require
then
65.
take on Tommy Lisman towards the tail end of the day to end with 8. But first things first, getting
Game
this
shot
job
and a
done.
match,
And
Lewis
that is
Gurney.
exactly what he's done. A 4-2 win for Lewis Gurney means that he moves on to 6 points. He is squeezing that lemon for all it's worth. For Aaron Gill, he won his first 2, but he's now lost 2 in a row. And he's got a big game at the end of the day against Archie Selfiefield. So we head into the final round worth of matches. And we kick off with a meeting between Lars-Erik Lingreen and Scott Campbell. So we've completed 4 rounds worth of play on this Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Ports. I wish it was Friday. Before the break, Lewis Gurnie got the better of Aaron Gill by 4 legs to 2. So the table is rather interesting now because you've got a couple of players on 6 points, Archie Self and Lewis Gurnie, both on that mark going into the final round worth of play today. Scott Campbell, Aaron Gill, Tommy Lisman, they're all on 4. Lars-Erik Lingreen, the only player yet to pick up a point, and his last opportunity to do so on this Thursday is against Scott Campbell in match number 13 of 15 that we're going to be watching. We'll be back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B gets underway. For Scott Campbell, well, there were signs of life in his previous match against Tommy Lisman. He looked like a red rag to a bull, did the Scot, because it looked as if he just had enough of missing opportunities, had enough of just kind of pitter-pattering around the middle echelons of the league table. A big win against Tommy Lisman has put him very much into play. Wins this, 3 players on 6 points. However, there is a chance that both Lewis Gurnie and Archie Sell could finish on 8 because they do avoid each other.
45.
Final rounds worth of fixtures. Scott Mitchell is with me in the commentary box for the next couple of days. And for Scott Campbell, he'll be hoping that he can build
57.
on what was a very promising end to his match in particular against Tommy Lisman last time out.
85.
That's what he'll be looking to do for sure. Sometimes that's easier said than done.
41. 93.
Campbell here will be looking to add to his
60.
one win that he has over Lingreen up to now this week.
100.
Lingreen has looked very comfortable playing against Scott Campbell. We did say yesterday how Scott Campbell has kind of taken the father figure of the group on yesterday in Group A with some debutantes and kind of showing them the ropes a little bit here. It's on and off the board. And has been the nice guy of the group.
Yeah, Patrick
58.
Williams is sat at an Airbnb across town waiting for Scott Campbell to finish his last match because he's still awaiting his dinner. Hi, Patrick, if you're watching.
52.
You did say he was going to be
Lars-Erik,
watching
you've got
today.
120.
120 for Lingreen. Can't be done now.
100.
But
Scott,
does
you've
leave
got
himself on double 10 if
152.
Campbell is not up to the task of the 152, of which he's not.
41. Lars-Erik, you've got 20. Game shot in the first leg. Lars-Erik
10 pinned. Lingreen takes the opener.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Nicely done by Campbell. Start leg 2.
41.
Let's fire the pressure straight back on Lingreen.
$57.
Tried to get the odd one off there by hitting the 51 on treble 17. A lot of players do that now.
100.
Because if you do miss, it still leaves you on 264 and a ton from there. Quite clearly leaves you on 164 and a shot. So it's not a bad route to go.
140.
He's even able to flick the flights off now so that he can get a clearer view. Or maybe he just needs a new stem.
Well, he's given himself a flicker of hope in this
60.
game.
Scott, you
Plenty
require
of time to
124.
level up at 1 apiece. Doesn't have to go for the treble 18 ball, which is why it goes across to the 16s and 104 left. And by picking off a couple of them, has left himself on double 4 when he comes back.
$41. Scott, you require 8.
Lingreen continues to struggle to find a treble of worth.
Game shot in the second leg. Scott
Campbell puts him out of his misery in leg 2. Taking it with a 14 dart holder
The
throw.
leg is Lars Eric to throw first. Game on.
Good stuff from Campbell.
And so we are at 1 apiece in game 13 of 15 here. We're on the Pluto TV network. If you're watching on your smart TV and you want to take Pluto TV on the move, then the best way to do so is by downloading the Pluto TV app. It's available on the Apple App Store, Google Play, or wherever you get your apps from. Download it. It's free to download, free to watch. Don't need to sign up to any account. And you can take us anywhere 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You will not miss a dart on the move with the Pluto TV app.
135.
I have to say, I've been sat in airports watching
100.
those travel days with the darts. Comes in very handy indeed.
Which presses me to say that geographical restrictions apply.
I was in a British airport. Didn't say I was
60.
somewhere else.
Because there are some places where we haven't got Pluto yet and you're watching on YouTube. Hi, guys!
100.
So thank you to everybody that is tuning in to us on this Thursday afternoon. Could be morning. Could be evening, depending where you're watching.
24.
Could be Friday.
143.
No, it can't be Friday yet in some place. Can it? I don't know. Anyway, 143 for Lingreen. Not to be, not this time.
77 scored, 66 left. 91.
You're going to try and prove me wrong here, Scott, aren't you?
Yeah, Beijing and Tokyo, it's past midnight.
140. Lars Eric, you require 52.
Well, is Lingreen going to go past Campbell by way of legs in this contest? Double top to go 2-1 to the goods.
32.
Two opportunities are gone a begging.
114.
Get the sense this is a big moment here for Scott Campbell. Double top, flight's in the way.
94.
Just
Lars
drops
Eric, you
low.
require 20.
Yeah, it's 3:45 in the morning in Sydney. So good morning to you guys if you are
10.
watching out there.
Scott, you require 20.
2 10s. That's close enough to work. Try to clip off the barrel. Now it's too close. Now it's awkward. Has to traverse the
10.
oki and then he moves inside
Lars
with the
Eric,
last.
You require 10.
Chance to break the throw goes begging.
Game shot in the third
Because
leg. Lars Eric
Lingreen
Lindgren.
straight in that double 5. Can't believe
Before
he
they
got
get Scott
back.
to throw first. Game on.
Kind of gives a little gesture to say, sorry, mate.
$33.
Just a word for our referee this afternoon, George Baker, who will be departing us for the
60.
week following the end of this afternoon's action. Does a sterling job. Next up for him, Bradmore Farm and the first weekend of the ADC Winmore Championship Tour season. Graham Hall and Gemma Hayter, the
99.
defending champions. Women's Series action also this weekend. Anton Mays is going to be joining us tonight from 10 o'clock.
45.
He's going to be the man in the middle.
99. $125.
It's a good pick up, but Campbell's still in charge of this leg.
$100.
Yeah, important to stay straight with that last dart, not to stray.
$99. Scott, you require 170.
6 from here then for Campbell. It's looking like he's going to need all 6 here
96.
as well. Masterful last.
$60. Scott, you require 74.
So 74 to put us back on terms again. 88. 2-2.
Shot in the fourth leg. Scott Campbell.
It's the best of 3 from here. Campbell needs a couple more to finish off his day with 6 points on the board. And I think he will be more than happy if he can finish today 3 and 2 in the right column.
80.
I think 3 and 2 from Group C is a minimum requirement on day 1.
140.
To get yourself in the mix on Friday to make that all-important Saturday final.
81.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow from 1 o'clock to see how this
45.
group concludes. Then we've got a fancy dinner, haven't we, tomorrow night?
100.
Yes.
Why are you laughing at me when you say that?
Just because we actually have to book a table at this place.
Oh, that fancy dinner.
96.
Oh, yeah, we have.
No golden arches.
$60.
Well, Lingreen's come up dry here, and all of a sudden we come to a pivotal point in the contest because Campbell has had the throw handed back to him. Potential break opportunity. If he could crowbar in another, he leaves himself on a 2-darter.
Yeah, he'd rather stay there. Makes life a little bit easier staying there.
100.
Difficult decision. But it's turned out okay in the end.
Well, it was awkward because he had to stay there, but the angle on that target was just so awkward. Jumper for tops. Doesn't go, so Lingreen looking at a ton on the nose to get his nose
60.
in front.
Lars Eric, you require 100.
Does he contemplate tops, or do he like the lie?
60.
It was the latter
Scott,
option.
You require 60.
He did like the lie. He's left it. Campbell should get 2. Comes across to the left as he usually does.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
And nicely done. Slotted smack bang centre of the double top. He now has the darts to close this out.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Lars tried to sneak him. Fair play.
Game on.
And then the sudden realization that I've been broken, pal. Oh my goodness me, that has caused all sorts of
77.
mischief. Well, that looks like an absolute horror show.
Looks expensive. It's destroyed the flight. There was pieces of flight still left in the stem.
$180.
Lingreen doesn't care. He just goes away, goes back and says, wanted to do a bit of a fist pump, but unfortunately Scott was too busy repairing his equipment. So Lars kind of got left hanging a little bit there.
99.
Yeah, but the irony is, it was he who hit the 180, so he wanted his opponent to congratulate him. Well, when they're being the other way round, the opponent...
I get where you're coming from.
41.
However, what just happened there is an advertisement as to why you
100.
always bring spares. Because you never know what's going to happen at any point.
Yeah, we do see a lot of people now sort of just wander up with the darts in the hand
60.
here because it's obviously a short format. You've always got to bring the toolbox with you, haven't you? You wouldn't go to work if you were a mechanic without your toolbox. For a dart player, the toolbox is the case. Full of spares.
125.
It's like the old adage, fail to prepare, you prepare to fail.
Yeah, that's happened a couple of times
50.
on the big stage.
Got
And
your
I remember
100.
did Justin Pipe once break a point and didn't have a spare set on stage.
80. Lazaric, you require 170.
Just 2 darts, didn't he, at a Pro Tour not too long ago? As Lingreen here looks at the big fish to take us all the way. Can't be done now. And so Campbell looking at double 10 to wrap it up 4-2. And to end his day with 6 points to his name and to end the day in the mix. It may well be a logjam, but Scott Campbell is hoping to put himself in the equation.
10.
3 match darts have come to pass.
Lazaric, you require 129.
Lingreen wouldn't, would he? Treble 20 for the bullseye. He's eyeing it up. Drifted right into the treble. Back downstairs. Drifted
31.
right again
Scott,
into
you
a
require
treble.
10.
But not the trebles he desired.
Well, you don't often hear a vocalised
score.
reaction from
Lazaric, you
Scott
require
Campbell, but you
98.
did on that occasion. Lingreen could pinch his pocket.
60.
How is that
Scott,
not in
you
that last
require
start? I agree
10.
with you, Lars. I thought it was there. And we had a zoom on it, and I still thought it was there. I've got to pick up those glasses from Black Spavers. I've got to pick them up.
Well, what could Campbell see at the double 5? Again, diverts low. And so 2-2s to wrap up a 4-2 win.
6.
Well, he's had chances. He's had
Lazaric,
countage
you
chances.
require
And he is just
38.
beginning to brim up to the boil again.
Campbell returns. He looked like he was going to throw his darts on the floor there, but I was worried for him. I was worried he was going to miss the floor.
Scott, you require 4.
So double 2 to eventually wrap this match up.
And these are the hardest doubles to hit, Henry. These ones that go on, they're the toughest ones to hit.
No score. Lazaric, you require 20.
The tension builds.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
And we're going all the way.
Lingreen.
After Scott Campbell missed a couple of handful of darts
to
to
Lazaric to throw first.
get
Game
over the
up.
line and to finish the day on 6 points. 3 from 20, Scott Campbell on the outer ring in this
60.
game. However, has been presented an opportunity there. Lingreen having broken back, unable to find a big treble at the beginning of the 7th. Into the 19th minute of this
95.
game. Longest match of the day.
Yeah, by a long
58.
shot.
$59.
And you feel this is going to be a scrap and a battle here, this last leg. Unless somebody can cut free and hit a couple of trebles.
99.
You get the sense that, well, there's not a sense. It's fact or fiction. This leg will determine whether today's been a good day or a bad day for Scott Campbell. As simplistic as that.
83.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call, to be totally honest.
$97.
Well, that might well be the visit that takes the game away from Lingreen. On a 2-darter after 12, Lingreen has to hit big. Has to find a treble.
100.
He does, to his credit. Campbell's had a plethora of match darts in here. Only get one at the ball from this.
Single 14 for the ball then. Oh, and he nails the ball. How does that happen? All those missed darts that are doubled to win it 4-2. Offered Lingreen a route back in at 3-3. And then just keeps us all on the edge of our seats. 84 shot out on the ball. It's a 4-3 win for Scott Campbell. And as Henry said, that turns his day into a good day. We head off into a short break. And on our return, we have Lewis Gurnie taking on Tommy Lisman.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got 2 more matches to go. And we've got Lewis Gurnie taking on Tommy Lisman. Archie Self takes on Aaron Gill. We've got 3 players on 6 points here at the Live Lounge. And we're not going to be taking 6 points off anybody. Unlike Leicester City, who had 6 points taken off them earlier on this afternoon.
First leg is Lewis to throw first.
But who's going to be taking the points here, Scott Mitchell? Because both players here, Tommy Lisman and Lewis Gurnie, I think it's fair to say, have had in and out days so far.
41.
Yeah, they've been very feast and famine, haven't they? And they will both be looking for feast here.
39.
And just what you don't want, Lisman has a bounce out right at the opening part of the match.
55. 97.
Well, let's break down both players' days so far. Then Lewis Gurnie kicked off a 4-3 win against Archie Self, lost 4-0 against Scott Campbell before recovering of a 4-3 win over Lingreen, and then in his previous game got the better of Aaron Gill 4-2, averaging 88.6, 4th and 13
44.
in terms of his doubling, and a 1-2-6 checkout in there. For Tommy Lisman, well, he started off well, averaged 95 in a 4-0 win over Lingreen before
83.
then losing 4-1 to Archie Self. Then beat Aaron Gill 4-3 and then lost 4-1 to Scott Campbell. So
54.
He's win-loss for the day. So if the pattern's going to continue, then he's going to get the better of Lewis Gurnie. But as we know, it's much easier said than done, those types of scenarios.
90.
Yeah, patterns do emerge, but they're there to be broken. And
58. Tommy, you require
Lisman
96.
then 96 incoming. Nice treble 20. Surely down the barrel of that one.
60.
Didn't quite
Lewis,
hit the barrel of that one.
64.
So Gurney's done the right thing. 18 last start, leaving 164. Not going to go this time round. And
82. Tommy, you require 36.
it's a treble of note with the last dart, just to keep Lisman on his toes.
Game shot in the first leg.
On his
Tommy
toes he is.
Lisman.
Takes the double 18 first dart. 1-0 lead to Lisman.
Second leg is
Break a
Tommy
throw as well.
First. Game on.
Gurney's now got to put the hammer down. As soon as you get broken, you want to be breaking back immediately.
96. 100.
Well, both players have had that problem today.
55.
Too many darts, dropping low.
It can be caused by a couple of things. Either not quite thrown with enough power where you're trying to make sure, or slightly split-second late
83.
release. Both of those things will cause that droppage.
57.
Gurney hasn't settled at all here. Whether he's been in the back room having a good look to see that he can be there in the mix.
97.
Come the end of the day,
44.
I'm not sure, but
Tommy, you require 170.
timing's a little off here in this one at the start. You cannot afford to do that with this man at the moment.
$100. Tommy, you require 72.
So this for a 2-0 lead. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
32.
Just high
Lewis,
the
you require
target. Gurney
140.
needs staying out the blue here. It's just beginning to go wrong here for
43.
Lewis at the end of the day.
Tommy, you require 40.
Lisman's getting time, he's getting space, he's getting luxury. But he ain't getting a cushion in terms of the scoreline just yet.
Game shot in the second leg, Lewis Gurnie.
And out of nowhere, Gurnie produces
Third leg is Lewis
to
to
double
first.
finish.
Game on.
Breaks Lisman straight back, which looked highly unlikely. Lisman offered an opportunity.
60.
And it seems to be the way with this group.
If Lisman can get out of here with 6 points, he'll feel like a cat with 9 lives going into tomorrow's play, because he's
43.
played nowhere near the level we know he's capable of, with the exception of match 1, but yet has been able to win 3 from 5.
137.
He's just been able to somehow dig deep and hang in there, and it's a sign of a good player for me. Those 12 and 13 dart legs tend to look after themselves, but when you have to dig deep and they go a bit further and start going up around the 18 dart leg, you've got to have character. You've still got to believe in your ability when your ability is deserting you a little bit.
100. Tommy, you require
thought as you've got yourself into it, you've got to believe you can get yourself out of it.
Well, we'll never know if he's going to go for the ball. It'd be one of life's great mysteries.
77.
Like who framed Roger Rabbit? And who killed Phil Mitchell? Double top.
48.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. What was that, Christmas?
Didn't they shoot Phil Mitchell famously? They didn't kill him, they shot him, didn't they?
Tommy, you required 20.
Double 10.
Oh, I thought you were talking about recent. Whew.
Game shot on the third
Spoiler
leg,
alert.
Tommy Lisman.
It's 2-1 Tommy Lisman. That event actually stopped a UEFA Cup semi-final. So Barcelona were due to play Liverpool in the semi-final of the UEFA Cup on the Beeb. And they somehow managed to convince UEFA to move the kickoff time back 15 minutes 96. So they could show the EastEnders episode as to who shot Phil Mitchell. True story. You can look it up on Google if you want.
81.
I'm sure it was, but anyway. Have you ever been behind the Queen Vic bar? Touched the old Queen Vic statue and all that?
83.
I haven't, but I know somebody who has.
And they're sat very close
45. to you. 81. 95.
I haven't been in there since the fire, in all fairness. I don't know how it's changed, if it has changed at all. Probably did a few improvements of fire in there.
Much better than the Rovers' return.
100. Tommy, you require 160.
Anyway, 160 for Lisman. And 6 from here. Perfect for another. Unable to get, but he's left himself
100.
in a position that when he returns, he's going to have a single to double.
Gurnie will try and do the same here with 2 trebles. Not going to happen.
Tommy, you require 60.
So he leaves himself on the 120 in case. Lisman doesn't look to be in the mood to let this one
40.
go as well.
Lewis, you require 120. $61. Tommy, you required 20.
So 2 10s to go 2 clear and 1 away.
Game shot in the
Double
fourth
5
leg,
is found.
Tommy Lisman.
And Tommy Lisman leads this game by 3 legs to 1. He's 1 away from finishing the night.
Lewis to throw first.
With 6 points to his name, and it would mean that there would be 4 players on 6. It'd actually mean if Aaron Gill could win his last game against Archie Self, then we'd have 5 players all tied on 6 points in the group, with the exception of Lars Erik Lingreen, who has had a pointless Thursday.
100.
It would feel like unprecedented territory.
So what you're saying is you don't remember if it's happened before?
No. I think it's happened in a Group A, but I can't remember it in a Group C. Sure, there was a Group A, and I'm talking a long time ago. I think we're straggling the border of Super Series and Livy League.
91.
I'm sure we had a player which I won't name the name, but was a bit of a whipping boy.
85.
And as a consequence,
170.
we saw everybody else kind of nick points off of one another and take the points off of him.
96.
Good last start there from Lisman. Gurnie needs a treble
45.
to leave anything.
Tommy, you require 74.
He's not going to do it. So 6 from here for Lisman. He'll want to get it done in these 3.
54.
Once again, drops under the double.
$100. Tommy, you require
So
20.
double 10 to get win number 3 and to keep Lewis Gurnie on 6. And to give us a real tightly compacted table going into Friday. Double 5. Gets Lisman over the line.
Tommy Lisman.
And regardless and irrespective of what happens in the final game, we're going to have a very tight-looking Group C going into Friday. Tommy Lisman will feel very fortunate he's got 6 points today because it wasn't anywhere near his best. But he's managed to claw those wins out. And in our final game, we'll see whether Archie Self can move on to 8. If he doesn't, Aaron Gill and 4 others will be tied at the top of the table on 6 points. Here we go. Final game of the afternoon. Archie Self taking on Aaron Gill to culminate the afternoon's proceedings. This is session 1 of 2 that we're broadcasting to you live on Pluto TV. Come 10 o'clock, we will be right in the midst of Group B darts. For Archie Self, he has an opportunity to move on to 8 points overnight to be the top player in the group and have a 2-point cushion. However, if Aaron Gill was able to get over the line,
Archie to throw first. Game on.
Then we would have 5 players on 6 points, and it may well be
96.
squeaky something time for everybody in the group.
$43.
What are we saying about this one, Scott?
$58.
Archie's had a few games off and he would have not wanted it to have been that way.
100.
Won his last game 4-2, and when you've won a game, you
57.
can't wait to get back on there, and he's had to wait a couple of games, 3 games in fact, before he gets back on.
60.
He's the young man. He's got the stamina for these longer days. It's not going to affect him too much
140.
at his age, and he goes with the 140, leaves himself 150.
58.
Not just
Archie
that, he's
require
finding a confidence
150.
which he hasn't had all the time this week.
58.
It's one of those that kind of drawing a line in the sand and stepping over it and starting again was kind of just what he needed.
Archie required
Under
92.
pressure now. Aaron Gill's timing on the 180. 87. Treble 17. Double 18.
74. Aaron, you
That
require
was
60.
right on the wire. Nearly recovered. A wayward first start. That's a wayward first start also for Gill.
Game shot in the first
And he
leg.
does
Aaron
recover
Gill.
it. A little fist pump there on the way to the board from the thrill.
Second leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
So 1-0 to the good. In the game, if he wins,
60.
then we will have a group which looks like a T20 overscore.
58.
6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and 0.
I have to be fair, since we mentioned at
90.
game 10 that only one game had gone against the throw out of those 10, we actually haven't had
99.
anybody keep hold of their throw. The last 4 have all gone against the throw. Archie Self being one of those
41.
that actually started that run against Lars-Erik Lingreen.
21.
He's got all the trebles there, but not the right ones he was after.
Yeah, that was a 2 Ronnies
45.
shot that. All the right notes, but in all the wrong places. Forget 4 candles, he's got 3 big trebles.
71.
171 leaves on 152.
133. Archie require 152.
Yeah, sensible play from Gill there.
100. Aaron, you require
Yeah, and a good last
132.
start from Archie. Bullseye was the shot.
54. Archie,
Missed
you
it.
require 52.
118, so headed up to the treble 20. 12 for tops. He's like tops today.
32.
That one was
Aaron,
just
you
a little bit
require
weak, and you
78.
know he didn't want to offer Gill this opportunity because this could happen.
Game shot in the second leg.
And it has
Aaron
happened.
Gill.
Well, are the books
So leg it's
for
Archie to
the
throw
turn
first.
up?
Game on.
2-0 Aaron Gill.
95.
And incidentally, if he wins this by 3 legs, he overtakes Archie Self in the group.
60.
And Archie would finish the day Well, he could potentially finish the day, actually, as low as 4th, and he started the game top of the
96.
pile. It's a funny old game, Jim.
36. $140.
140 leads him on the fish.
140.
Are you
Archie
unpacking the rod?
170.
No, let's not talk about the fishing trip.
56.
Don't think we'll ever know what happened on the fishing trip. Will we, Bryn?
45.
I just
Archie
gather there was no fishing
114.
involved. Anyway, 114.
58.
Maybe we'll find out one day over an omelette.
85. Archie, you require 56.
Back to tops again.
Game
And that's
shot in the third
much
leg.
better.
Archie self.
And he's kind of gesticulates to double top and his dart. Why didn't you do that last time round?
Fourth leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
2-1 to Archie Self.
45. 95. 47. 134.
Archie wins one more in this match, irrespective of what the final scoreline would be. Then the teenager would be
99.
top of the group going into Friday's action. And that might well be happening sooner rather than later.
And you'd have to be honest and say that it's not undeserved.
40. Archie acquired 132.
It's been the most consistent out of the 6, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely.
78. 123. Archie, you require 54.
Well, that was a ricochet. This is tops. And this game's 2-2.
Archie self.
And Archie Self will be top of the table come what may overnight.
He must not think about
Fifth
the
leg,
double
it's
that
Archie
he
to
missed.
throw first. Game on.
Could been 3-1 here to Self. You just got to go with the flow.
41.
Keep hitting those trebles. And that's a trebleless visit. And we know Gil likes to jump all over those.
43.
He hasn't on this occasion. He did hit a treble, but not one of note.
59.
Self goes trebleless again.
140. 60. 41.
Is Aaron Gill just beginning to hit a hill, hit a wall? Hit a bit of a wobble.
136.
Started so well today, 2 wins out of 2. But has he come unstuck as the
70.
day has worn on towards a close?
$59.
Beat Scott Campbell in his opener, then got the better of Lingreen in game 2.
100. Archie require 146.
Self here, rocking a 146 to put himself one away from 8 points overnight.
130. Aaron require 107. At 28 left.
Double 14.
93.
It's inside.
Archie
Stills
requires
back to go in front
16.
3-2.
No score. Aaron, you
Could be
require
costly.
14. Game shot in the
It
fifth
does
leg.
turn
Aaron
out to be
Gill.
costly.
Sixth leg,
That
it's Aaron
is
to
a
throw
prized
first.
breaker
Game on.
throw for Aaron Gill, and it gives him the darts in his hand to win this game and to put all
58.
bar one player in this group on 6 points overnight. Good luck if you're the
58.
bookies trying to decipher some odds going into tomorrow afternoon session.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, that one tomorrow.
41.
See how the bookies see it. Because there won't be a lot between
96.
them in the averages either. So it will be flip of a coin.
95.
Maybe, I don't know, records on what they've been doing in the last few weeks.
And you think that group's tight. We've got another tight look at Group B
140.
from 10 o'clock this evening. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. May have one more leg past this still to go
125.
in this afternoon session. South with 6 on 207 to take us the distance. Just beginning to get a little bit agitated here is Archie.
74.
Yeah, really did save that visit with that last start. Where
40.
Gill was unable to
Archie
do the
record
same.
133.
So he's turned the throw.
$93. Aaron, you
Good
require
stuff
142.
from Self. The 142 you feel has to go. It's not going to go this time. Self on tops to level us
60.
up.
Archie require
3-3.
40.
He's been good on tops. He comes out to tens. Nice marker. Used
Game shot in
beautifully.
the sixth leg. Archie South.
Good giving credit there. He dug himself out of a bit of a hole.
Seventh and final leg. It's
Towards the end of that
Archie to
last
throw
leg,
first.
just beginning to get a
Game
little
on.
bit annoyed, but managed just to keep it within. And now we have a one-leg shootout. Last leg of the day
100.
in Group C.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful returning the points to the board after he took them out there. There is a rule against
60.
that. Once your points have been removed from the dartboard, they should not return to the dartboard and touch any part of the dartboard again.
92.
You can receive a warning from the referee on that one.
And that's mainly for the integrity of the board to
140.
keep them intact.
$57.
140 leaves him on a finish. Not going to get.
$45.
I think the rule came in back in the 80s or so because there seemed to be a little tendency of players taking their darts out of the treble 20 and then stabbing
60.
it again. Trying to put their opponent off as if to say, you can't hit this bit.
100.
I don't think it kind of applies to what Archie did there. He's just a little bit, it was on the side of the board, not anywhere where anybody aims. But that's a good visit from him.
180. Aaron Carr, 156.
But this has to go, and it's not going to. So Archie Self returning for double six to complete a 4-3 win. It would mean he'd go
Archie,
top
you
of the
require
group
12.
overnight. He'd have 8 points to his name. Group A didn't quite go to plan.
6.
That
Aaron,
finish
you
didn't quite go to
require
plan either. And
96.
Aaron Gill's going to get a chance to win it. Can he find a treble? Went double-double, doesn't get.
56.
But Archie Self is in the
you
trapdoor.
require
6 points to put him on to 8 points in the group.
Game shot.
Finds it
and the
first
match,
start.
Archie Self.
And Archie Self will be top of the table going into Friday's play. But the other spot is anybody's game. That young man has control of Group C, having won 4 from 5 on this Thursday afternoon. He's got the better of Aaron Gill by 4 legs to 3. Reaction and analysis to come, courtesy of the Pluto TV studio after the break.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge report. So we've completed Group C on this Thursday afternoon, and before the break, we saw Archie Self get the better of Aaron Gill by 4 legs to 3. That means the teenager is now at the top of the pile. He picked up 4 wins out of 5, 8 points to his name following the first day's worth of play. Scott Campbell, Tommy Lisman and Lewis Gurnie are all on 6. Aaron Gill won his first 2 but lost his last 3, so he remains on 4 points overnight, whilst Lars-Erik Lingreen was the only player to not pick up a win on this Thursday. So an intriguing afternoon session we've seen here on the south coast of England. Welcome along, my friends, to the Pluto TV studio, where I'm in the company of the 2015 champion of the world, Scott Mitchell. And in terms of the afternoon, it was tight from top to toe, wasn't it? There was an opportunity for 5 of the 6 players to be on 6 points come the end of play today, but it's Archie Self who's come out on top.
Yeah, going into that last game, it would have been kind of unprecedented that we have 5 players on 6 points. We were trying to rack our brains and looking back through the archives to see if we'd seen it before, but no, it didn't turn out that way. Archie Self had a different idea, and I thought he was really good there. There were points where his throw could have broken down there under pressure, but it didn't, and he comes out on top of that. And I think he's good for the top of the group, to be honest. He's been the most consistent out of all the players, and he's really benefited from having a really good afternoon last few games yesterday, and he's carried that momentum on today.
We speak about reset mentality a lot. We spoke about the fact this morning that he played locally, won locally last night, beat some decent players en route, and it feels like that confidence has really helped him today.
Yeah, you said it could be a confident day for him, and he brings the confidence with him, and that's exactly what he's done. You know, the players that he was beating last night, he would walk into this room this morning and feel 6 foot tall. So there's no reason why we couldn't see that happening, and you did actually call it first thing this morning.
Let's talk about the players on 6 points. I want to begin by talking about Tommy Lisman. We spoke this morning about perhaps the big expectations we have of him now, because he's doing better things on a more regular basis. In terms of today, he didn't play at his best, but he was still able to get the points on the board.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's always going to be an expectation now on Tommy. Now that he's won a kind of challenge tour, and they're not easy to win. I can tell you that. I've won a couple myself. They're so tough, and I've probably been in about 7 finals. So to win them is really, really hard. So there's going to be a level of expectation on him now, and wherever he goes, because that is kind of the next level down from the Pro Tour. So he now has to handle that expectancy, and it's kind of what you expect from yourself after having such a big win like that and putting it on your CV, because it never goes away.
So how do you try and deal with that? How do you best go about trying to deal with that?
It's kind of best to remain humble and try not to read what the lovely people are writing about you and things. And if you do happen to want to read it, kind of read it as if it's happening to somebody else. Be the fly on the wall looking in, rather than you being the one in the room looking at the paper and the bits that are being said about you. But I think that in time it'll come to him. For me, it was like we were in the BDO and you were being number 1 seed at an event, and it's a similar thing to that. It's learning how to deal with the expectation.
In terms of Lewis Gurnie, how do you think he's going to be thinking and feeling overnight?
I think he's going to be thinking what could have been, really. I mean, that last game of his, it could have been him sat there on 8 with Archie Self, and I just think that maybe it's a chance that's gone begging for him that last game. He just, the rhythm wasn't there. He had it earlier in the day and he got over it and got past and got the win, but it just, everything seemed out of sync a little bit in that last game, and he'll probably go away and think that was a chance that got away.
Scott Campbell, it was a very in and out day. Now, we speak about him a lot in terms of his consistency. Wasn't able really to muster it, but the fact he's ended with 6 points, do you think of those players in that pack, he might be the happiest to be on that total?
Most definitely. I think that where maybe you look at Lewis Gurnie and say, it could have been more than 6 points. For Scott, probably 6 points was all he could have got, and they maxed it out with that last game. So he's done really well under the pressure, under the situation. Again, he's another one. He's a Scottish international captain. You know, all the eyes are on him above the border, and he's flying the flag this week for them. And so there's a certain amount of pressure that comes with that. And and he's kind of got to 6 points, and he'll sleep better overnight for that.
Will Aaron Gill feel as if opportunity passed him by? He won his first two, had opportunities in that last game there against Archie Self. Yes, he's still in a decent position on 4 points, but it could have been so much more today.
But he looks like a player that could go through the card tomorrow. Yeah, he started really well and got 2 wins. Of his 3 losses after that, I think there were a couple of moments in games where he could have dominated them and they didn't go his way, and he's let his opponent in a little bit. I mean, it'd be harsh to say, but for me, I think he's a determined character, and I expect to see him come out of the traps tomorrow flying. Because it's that game again against Archie that he has to get himself back in it, which is a big game, because if Archie wins it, he then gaps the group by 2 after game 1.
Best game to open up with for Aaron, or the worst one?
Best one, I think. I think it's Archie will have a little bit of thinking to do overnight. Obviously, he will talk to his friends and people that follow him overnight. And I think Aaron would have actually liked that game. He looks to be that sort of character that wants to hit the problems head on and deal with them. And I think that's what he's going to try to do first game tomorrow.
In terms of Lars, it just never quite happened today, did it?
No, he had moments. He had a game there where he hit 4 180s in the game, and he still was unable to come out on top and get points. So you have to feel for him a bit, because I think he's played a little bit better than the 0 points that he has. But I think we saw him do it on Tuesday. 4 out of 5. He's capable, and if he comes back in a happier mode and can get away with that first game, there's no reason why he can't pull a run of games together.
Well, this is how it's finished up in Group C, following the end of the first session's worth of play. Archie Self with 4 wins out of 5, 8 points to his name. Scott Campbell, Tommy Lisman and Lewis Gurnie all on 6 respectively. Aaron Gill, as we mentioned, on 4, and Lars-Erik Lingreen without a point to his name following the first day's worth of play. This is session number 1 of 2 that we're going to be broadcasting to you today here on Pluto TV. This is how the tournament bracket looks, and tonight from 10 we're going to get underway with Group B. We're going to see Radek Shigansky and Steve Lennon back in action once again. Paul Hogan returns, as tutors Carl Wilson and Johnny Haynes, of course, the runner-up at the ADC Global Championship at the beginning of the year, and somebody who he's in his 60s, but is enjoying the twilight of his career and perhaps the last of the summer wine rather fruitfully.
Look, I think the ADC movement is just absolutely ideal for him. He's grasped it with both hands. Johnny's been around forever and a day, and I've played him